Hello! Hello, 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 hello. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning for my folks out on the other side of the Pacific from me. Hello, hello, hello. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. How are folks tonight? How are folks tonight? I am doing pretty good. I am doing pretty good. I am excited for today's stream. I have not done a minis painting stream in a hot minute, and so I am excited to get back to it. I'm excited to get back to it. Hopefully, I do have a lot of stuff I want to do on the back end. I figured out a way to I figured out a way to, what's the word I'm looking for? I figured out a concept for how to fix a problem with I've been having with my redeems for a minute, but I need to implement it, right? It's not implemented as yet. It is currently theorized. It is currently a theoretical construct, not an actual, what's the word I'm looking for here? I don't actually have it lined out. I think I need to do some math, but I think I understand what the math is. I just need to perform it and write it down and then write the code to execute on how I'm going to fix a redeem issue. Which is, to wit, it is my scarf redeem has a challenge with operating with the automated redeems, but I think I know how to fix it. And I think you guys will be happy with that. So that's one thing. Hopefully that will be done. I do want to redo all of the prices for my redeems. That would be nice. That would be nice. People wonder about how you decide on the prices for redeems, and the answer is, if redeems are being used too often, you up the price, and if redeems are being used too infrequently, you lower the price. And my redeems are being used too infrequently. That's really all it is. That's really all that is going on there. And I'm noticing that my I've always got things that I can think about. I'm about to test something. I'm going to test something like literally right now. So let me know if this works. I just increased the offset on my microphone a little bit, and it should make my mouth motions look a little bit more natural. Literally just did it right now. Literally just did it right now. It's one of those things I need to walk in the calibration on, but I have really bad hearing, and I also, nothing ever looks natural to me. I'm never happy on that front. I'm never ever happy with how natural things look. I look at my own face in real life on a mirror, and I'm like, this doesn't look right. This looks. How is the tracking off on like physical reality? How does that make any sense? So like, I'm never happy on that front. So I need to trust others' judgment. But yes. Today I wanted to paint minis. I wanted to paint minis. I like painting minis quite a lot, and I haven't done so in a hot minute. I have not done so in a minute. I'm actually going to get out, I forgot to get my brushes, so I need the 2. I don't really need the 1. I need the 4 for sure. I need the 2, I need the 4. I'm not sure I need anything else, to be honest. I probably should throw out some of my brushes because I've kind of trashed all of my detail brushes, and I should probably just buy a single, or just like a set of like 444s or something like that, or 000, not 444s, so of 000s or like or 00s or something like that for the detail work, because I'm just using like my size 4 for detail work. So that, which is not like ideal by any stretch of the imagination. And let me just do something here on the back end. Okay, there we go, there we go. There we go, there we go. And yes, and there are two other technical things I need to work on. There are a couple of other things I need to work on, but unsurprisingly, no. My 4 has the best point. My 4 has the best point. The answer is I just do a poor job on detailing, Kairu. But maybe I'm using the language wrong. A 4-0, as in like a 0-0-0-0. Was what I meant by a 4XO. A 0-0-0-0. Currently the only brushes I actually use are my 2 and my 4, and my 2 is actually more damage than my 4, so I use the 2 for dry brushing. That's where that's my current status, is that I use the 2 for dry brushing. Yes, they are. They are in fact incredibly different. They are opposite ends of the spectrum. But my 4 actually is holding my point really well, and my 2 is pretty bungled. So I use my 2 for the dry brush, and my 4 I just kind of use for painting. That's my current status on it. I don't know that she will, actually, Humpter. I don't know that she will. But I don't know that she will. You know, me and Nagi don't really plan collabs. Like, me and Nagi are good friends. She just likes, me and her just like each other's content and like each other, like, as friends. Yeah, she'll visit if she wants to. Nagi is not a planner. What do you need? She's already here. She's already here. Incredible. I don't really need anything. I don't really need anything. The folks are just like, oh, if Al's painting, then that means he needs the snake to tell him what he's fucking up. That's what happened here. That's what happened here. I was trying to figure out if I want to do my dailies before I get started on painting. I did DM her. Me and Nagi are friends. We're streamer friends. We're buds. We're buds. Let me just finish setting up my camera a little bit. Oh no. Oh right, no, this is just how it works. This is just how it works. Just doing some camera shenanigans. I could do that. Daily work is screwed anyway. I have to wait for replacement parts tomorrow. Oh, brutal. Stop it. Sorry, my camera is being very, very goofy. I wonder how much is just the fact that iPhone is awful. Okay, there we go. Hello, Blast. Hold on, let me get into hellos. I haven't gotten into hellos. Pekoneko, hello. Almantas VT, hello. Seribots, good to see you. Kairem _ hello. Kairu _ Kailovsky, good to see you. Humter _ V2, hello. And how are you doing, Vespera? And Deedledee-doo, hello. McAlstreen, hello. Magnetically motivated, good to see you today. Emperor's Armpits, always a joy. And of course it is Nagi Quetzali and Blasphazar. Yeah, Seribot is very reliable. Seribot is very, very reliable. I appreciate their loyalty. I appreciate the loyalty of Seribots. Oh, that's another that's like a trivially small thing I need to work on, is my use of My bot is just named Almantas VT. It is not named anything cooler than Almantas VT. It is just Almantas VT. So I need to rename the bot to be Botmontas or Albatas or something like that. Almanbot. Something, you know? I need to, that's something to do. That's something to do. So let's get over and turn off studio mode because it interferes with redeems. Yeah, Botmontas was, oh, Almantas BT is not bad. I absolutely have not. I absolutely have not. I have not, my most recent Nintendo thing that I got was a GameCube, which I was mostly disappointed by. And the most recent... Hello, Kirill. Hello, Kirill. Uncle Bot is not a bad one. Uncle Bot. Yeah, Botmontas was, like, by far and away the most intuitive one to me. But no, I have, to me, the end of console gaming is, like, the SNES. I guess the PlayStation 1, probably. But, like, I just, like, haven't really done anything with console gaming or Nintendo since the 90s. Why am I doing this? This is silly. I am making my life a lot harder for no good reason. Almost quit at the peak. Would the peak have been like 90? By the peak, do you mean like the 80s? But yeah, I just like starting in the late 90s. I really kind of like was pretty intensely into video games during like the mid 90s, and into like maybe the early 2000s. And consoles was never really my home territory. Consoles just were never my home turf. Because like the first game that I like actually got into, was Age of Empires. Like before then, video games were stuff that I just kind of like, they didn't really ever hold my attention. Like I would play a video game for like an hour or two, and then I would be like, well, that was cool. That was okay, but like, I got books to read. Yeah, Age of Empires 1 and then 2 really did motivate me for a while, and I played a couple of games that like were popular around the same time. So like Deus Ex and Hexen. Hexen was still pretty popular. And what's the name of that game? GoldenEye. GoldenEye was my first, was the first FPS I kind of got into. But like, yeah, I don't know how much people notice this. I mean, actually, no, you absolutely notice this because I complained about it all the time. But like when I was playing Dark Souls, I like never actually was comfortable using the thumb buttons, using the thumbsticks. Like that entire time I was playing Dark Souls, the thumbsticks I had to like self-consciously think about, like, if I move the stick in this direction, it will move my character like this. The entire time. I never got comfortable with it. I am completely off screen. I am completely off screen. And let me refocus it. Wow. I am a dingleberry. But yeah, I never, a dingus, a dork, a fool, an idiot, No. I just literally I was just not keeping track of where my camera was. And I don't know, man. I can't keep track of slings. Yeah, no. When the Halo lands, I was not wealthy enough for the Halo lands. Year of the Halo lands, I'm pretty sure I was not really doing any gaming at that point. Halo is definitely Halo. I consider like Halo 1 is like definitely a like game that came out like at the time when I was like really just not invested in gaming. I think I've played less than 2 hours of Halo in my life. But yeah, Nagi, if you're still there, you are welcome to, I'll keep my DMs open for you. I don't normally keep my DMs open, but, God. People have really talked up the virtue of the double monitor setup, but I'm actually not into it very much. It's thoroughly okay. As an experience. But the... You know what, I don't need to see, I don't need to see Bridget. Actually, you know what? Turning off one monitor. Hello, Matthew. Hello, Matthew. Hello, Matthew. Hello, Matthew. Yeah, we're doing a mini painting day. Non-trivially, largely just because I've missed doing minis painting. That's like the main reason, is I've just really missed doing minis painting. But also kind of non-trivially, because Talos Principle is making me feel more Ancient Romy. At Hexenco. All right. Excellent. I actually had a weird kick this last week where I got, like, spontaneously really excited about the possibility. Like, not even excited, just, like, a real hankering for playing Infinity again. Something I haven't done in a very long time. A non-trivial percentage of all of my enthusiasm for Infinity. Infinity, I love the rule set for. I think it's incredibly cool. But Infinity also has the one centerpiece model in tabletop gaming that I actually care about, which is the Magariba Guard. The Magariba Guard is my favorite miniature of them all. I love Maggie. And I was like, oh man, I find this model so cool. I want to make an entire army, an entire list, I should say, an entire task force, because you don't really make an army in Infinity. That's not really what's going on. I want to make an entire list built around using Maggie. Probably into shots. Probably into shot Maggie. And it was bothering me for like a week. And then I finally sat down and I broke out the army builder for Infinity, and I built a list. And it wasn't very good, I don't think. I think it would have struggled quite a bit. And I didn't feel, then the urge left me. The ghost, the demon left me. I think the color gold and silver can exist without being a metallic color. I don't know. I don't actually know. That's an interesting philosophical question. I guess kind of a linguistic question. It's an interesting linguistic question. Which is, to what extent are the colors gold and silver grounded in the appearance of being metallic? And I'm trying to think about this. Like, to what extent have I heard people talk about golds and silvers that are non-metallic, right? That's kind of the actual question here. And I think not a ton. I think not a ton. Hello, Tag Barrel Scope. Hello, Tag Barrel Scope. This is a Praetorian Guard, an Old Dominion Praetorian Guard. Old Dominion is a faction from the war game Conquest, Last Argument of Kings. Conquest is a very cool war game that I have never gotten the chance to play. And the Old Dominion is the faction that I just, like, latched onto very, very quickly. That I latched onto very, very quickly when I was learning about the game, because they are necromantic Romans. And Undead Roman Empire is a robustly interesting and compelling theme to me. Hello, Exocorps. Hello. Yeah, Necromantic Romans rules. I think that Necromantic Romans is one of those things that, like, resonates very easily and very strongly. In no small part because one of those things that sometimes it's kind of a little bit lost in the sauce on talking about the Roman Empire as a conceit to moderns, but is not at all lost if you read older sources or read Roman writings themselves, is that the Roman Empire was Christian. And what is Jesus' most potent and powerful miracle? That he rose from the dead. And so, you know, it's kind of obvious the appeal of having an the entirety of Rome. You know, that was something that was the big. The only other ones I really know are from Dominions, which might be why the necromantic Romans in Conquest are called the Old Dominion. They might be making a little bit of a nod to that. But it's a very compelling theme, right? It's a very compelling theme. And like I said, I mean, the real life Romans were Christian, right? For the last many centuries of their run. And so much of what Christendom is about in the West is about trying to revive the long dead Roman Empire. Hold on a second, let's get in here. Let's lock in a little bit. There we go. The last thing you think of is Christianity. That's so strange, Humter. That's so strange, Humter, because if you listen to if you read medieval manuscripts, when they say Roman, they often just mean Christian. Like that's why it's the Holy Roman Empire, is because they're the Roman Catholic Empire. Roman Catholics in chat. I mean, I was raised Roman Catholics in chat. The spiritual successor to Heroes of Might and Magic has the undead Roman faction. I haven't played that one. Well, and I mean, the Romans converted. The Romans converted. It isn't just that, like, the Romans converted, and there were two existing Roman empires during for a lot of the Middle Ages. There were two existing Roman empires that were claiming to be Roman empires that were both Christian. Arguably three. Though one of those is much more modern. That's why I say arguably. Yeah, I mean, Roman history. So Roman history is like, if you're a short counter for Roman history, you're counting them as you're counting the Roman Empire as 2,000 years long. And if you're a long counter, you're counting it as almost 3,000. So you're counting from like 2,100 years to 2,800 years. And so, admittedly, that doesn't move the goalpost too much, because several hundred of those years are going to be Muslim. But like, you know, there's very little Roman history before. One of those things that kind of gets it kind of gets lost in this is that like early Republic history functionally doesn't really exist. Early Republic, and like the Kingdom of Rome, like we know the Kingdom of Rome existed, but we have like functionally no sources from it. It's like semi-mythological. So the kingdom is semi-mythological. So you've got like Rome is actually founded, like Rome's official founding, Rome's mythological founding is like 700 something BC, and that's the Kingdom of Rome. And there's several centuries of the kingdom. And then it becomes a republic, but it isn't really until the Middle Republic, until the Punic Wars, that we really have a lot of records surviving. And then by the Dominate era, so you've got your Republic, and so it's really you start in the Middle Republic is when Roman history like kind of really kicks off. And then you've got your Middle Republic, your Late Republic, your Principates, and then your Dominates. And then Eastern Era, which is really long. Eastern Era is really long. And during the entire Dominate and Eastern Era, which are two of the longer periods, it's Christian. Hello, Nagi. Hello, Nagi. My head looks a lot smaller today. It shouldn't. I didn't do anything to it. Where the heck is my mouse? Oh, wait, no, I know what's going on here. I know what's going on here. Hold on a second. I know what's going on here. My head isn't smaller. I am less zoomed in. Let me pull up Streamerbot. I have to turn on my monitor again. I don't know how you people do the two monitors thing. It's too bright. Flash position reset. There we go. I was just not zoomed. I did a sort of asynchronous collab. I'll post about it when it's completed because it has to be edited. I still haven't played Eternal Darkness, and Magnetically Motivated, yes. Depending on how loose we are with the concept of a phalanx, either at different points in history or primarily. Those are kind of your two answers to that one. It really depends on how strict you are being with your concept of a phalanx. Most people are actually pretty loose with how they define a phalanx. A phalanx is, most people frequently use a phalanx to mean like a tightly ordered formation that marches in near unison. So you can talk about like a phalanx of lawyers, right? Is a coherent concept. And like they're not fighting with weapons or spears or anything like that. So in that sense, the Romans always did that. Like their entire run, they were fighting like that. And then if you're using phalanx in the sense of like very specifically using long spears and fighting with long overlapping spears, yes, but at different periods in their history. During the early Republic, don't worry about it, Tag Barrel Storage. I do want to play Eternal Darkness, but I'm not being as much of a cop about spoilers for that one as I am for Dark Souls. I would like to play Eternal Darkness at some point. I don't know when I'm going to get around to it. I really, once I finish, I'm gonna do Talos Principle, and then after Talos Principle, I want to do. I want to do Metal Gear Solid. I want to do Metal Gear Solid. That's something I really want to do. because it's Year of the Snake, and I really like Metal Gear Solid. And I actually have not played Metal Gear Solid 2 since release. I think I played it on release, and then maybe a few years out, within a couple of years of release, but I've never revisited it. And I think it says something powerful about the world that, like, Metal Gear Solid 2, like, I still remember almost everything that happens in Metal Gear Solid 2. And I feel like I can still talk about it pretty coherently, despite the fact that it's been, like, literal decades. And hello, Mura. Hello, Mura. Yeah, release MGS2 was an insane experience. And I thought it was really interesting, even at the time, that American and Japanese audiences had very, very different reactions to it. Like, Americans fucking hated Raiden so much. And a non-trivial part of this is that for Americans in the early 2000s, first of all, outrageously homophobic people. Like, unbelievable levels of homophobia. And they perceived Raiden as gay. Which he's not, and in a Japanese context, he was not. The differences between how Japanese and Americans stereotype homosexuality meant that, like, to a Japanese audience, he never looked gay. Hosted a Dragon Age Olympics. What does a Dragon Age Olympics mean? Yeah, Raiden to Americans in the 2000s thought that Raiden was, like, they just used the F slur. They just flat out used the F slur for him. When the game came out, like, the reaction when Metal Gear Solid 2 came out was anger at being forced to play an F slur. Right, because Americans in the early 2000s, their homophobia blinded them from understanding what sexuality was actually about. They were so homophobic that they could not perceive what sexuality was. Yeah, no, Nagi, they were very wrong about this. You ranked all the games in 15 different categories. Interesting. I thought it was, like, going to be speed runs or something, or like build comparisons. No, it was definitely and hello Bogdan. No, there's definitely a difference where, like, the American concept, particularly in the 2000s, of what made a man gay was that it wasn't even about sex. It was about not performing masculinity at a high enough level. Like, what made you gay was that you weren't manly enough. Which is stupid. And so, yeah, to experience Metal Gear Solid 2 at release was primarily to experience it as a series of slurs. Magnetically motivated, that would be Japan. That would be Japan. If you want to know what a really offensive homophobic stereotype to a Japanese person looks like, One Punch Man Puri Puri Prisoner. Like, as much as I love One Punch Man, Puri Puri Prisoner is, like, really offensive. Puri Puri Prisoner is, like, a really offensive stereotype of a gay man. And that's not, like, just me being, like, a white guy, like, looking inward. That's, like, Japanese people have told me that. Yeah, hi Mokava. Like, I know people will be like, oh, that's just, like, only like, Western people are capable of finding, like, stereotypes and racism offensive. And it's like, no, that's not true. That's not true. Japanese people are capable of looking at something and seeing it as offensive by their own standards. And Puri Puri Prisoner is, like, to Japanese gay men, they find Puri Puri Prisoner very offensive. Which is fair. Yeah, no, the Americans had it very backwards. No, Mura-sensei, Puri Puri Prisoner is not just a JoJo character, unless you are saying much worse things about JoJo. Like, Puri Puri Prisoner is an extremely homophobic stereotype. He's a sexual predator. Like, he goes around raping men. That is, like that is part of his character. It's very offensive. And it's also worth noting, folks, if people didn't know this, the stance, even in America, on the linkage between homosexuality and bodybuilding has actually also been a kind of, like, weird back and forth thing. If you, like, 30s bodybuilding magazines, older bodybuilding culture was very gay. And, like, the common American culture didn't parse it that way, but the gay culture. The design is slightly weird. The excessively high cheekbones and the lips. The lips on Puri Puri Prisoner are meant to make him look like an Okama, which is a borderline offensive stereotype, but making somebody look like an Okama who is not identifying as such is basically using the F slur on somebody in visual language, in Japanese art. It is also worth noting, Mora, I'm sure that you are aware of this, JoJo is also, most JoJos are designed to look gay. Most JoJos are designed to look gay. It was on the question of Metal Gear Solid 2 and how it was received when it came out in the 2000s, because I played Metal Gear Solid 2 on release. And Metal Gear Solid 2, Americans parsed Raiden as gay, which was not the intent of the Japanese. Which was not the intent of the Japanese. The intent of the Japanese was not that Raiden would be perceived as gay. That was not intentional. That was because Americans and Japanese people use different visual language for understanding how you indicate that somebody is gay. Raiden in a Japanese context was just intended to look heroic, and competent, and in an American context, he looked effete and queer. And so the discussion around Metal Gear Solid 2 in America, where I am from, I'm not Japanese, I'm American, at the time of release was primarily around feeling angry at it being too much gay representation. Around it being like the left going too far and imposing its queer agenda on Americans. On good, virtuous Americans, on normal people. Oh, I'm painting a Roman Legionnaire. I'm painting an undead Roman Legionnaire. I am currently doing the metal coat, the lowest level metal coat. I'm probably going to start doing the low level skin tones after this. And yeah, so somebody did ask about did the Roman legions fight as a phalanx? It is worth pointing out that in the early Republic and Kingdom of Rome, all of the evidence we don't have a lot of evidence for the early Republic or the Kingdom of Rome, just in general, because we've got like no written sources from them. The evidence we have, based on Greek sources, is that the Romans did fight in a standard Mediterranean phalanx. Ads are incoming. Ads are incoming. What layer do I need next? I think I'm going to do a mahogany layer next. Let me get the... I think I'm going to do mahogany next. Oh, wait, no, I should, let's work on some of these. Let's work on some of the other parts that are... Because I do sub-assembly. because I am lazy like that. I don't actually know if subassembly qualifies as lazy, but it definitely like works better for my brain. Oh, did not mean to spill that on the parchment paper. But doing subassembly for minis makes a lot of sense for me. But yeah, the early Roman kingdoms fought as a pretty straightforward spear and shield in tight order sort of thing. The change from using thrusting spears to throwing spears is a thing that happens in the Middle Republic. Or possibly somewhere in the Late Republic, and it's definitely a Roman innovation. And then at the end, during the Dominate, during like the 3rd and 4th centuries, when the Roman Empire was probably at its highest demand, probably at its like apotheosis in terms of like individual unit skills, because of the civil wars. The civil wars very likely caused a heightening rather than a loosening of demands on the military. They went back to phalanxes. They went back to long thrusting spears as their fundamental weapon. Oh, Nagi is joining. Hold on, Nagarino. Actually, we're going to go into ads, and then I will set up the collab stuff. Oh, wait, hold on. The Fugi should be there. The Fugi is there. The Fugi is there. I don't know if the Discord audio is not.
Fugi.
Oh no, the Discord audio is there because you were the last person to collab with me on my side. So yeah.
Wait, you have to change that every time. What the fuck?
No, yeah, Discord. The way OBS takes Discord sources, yeah, it requires a different source every single freaking time. But you were the last person.
I can show you how you don't have to do that.
Do you do it by grabbing all of your computer audio? Because that sucks. I'm not doing that.
No.
Okay. Well, we've got ads in like 2 minutes, so you can tell me during the ad break. Folks, enjoy the fan art gallery, and me and Nagi are going to do a little bit of catch up and see how we're doing. But yes, Snake will be here. All right. And we're back, and we're back, and we're back, and we're back, and there's the camera.
Hello, everybody, 'tis I.
It is the Nagi. It is the Nagi. The Nagi. Nagi Nagarunsky. Nagi Noggin. But yeah. Folks were asking where I am, what I'm doing with the mini. I'm currently putting down the bronze layers. The base bronze layers so that I can
How many of these have you completed?
3 or 4. Let me pull them down. 4. I need to I really should write down on them the order I did them in. But one of them needs a little bit of gluing left. So
Usually people do write down the order they do stuff. They call that the recipe, right? They have like recipes.
Yeah,
to make, the entire army look similar-ish.
I just meant write them down in the sense of yeah, this guy needs to be glued. This guy doesn't have some of his gluing done. So this is the most recent one, which I don't think was actually necessarily the best one because I think I did pale skin really badly. I want to say this was the first guy I did. And this was probably the second. This might have been the first. This was either the first or no. This was the first one. This was the first one. I can remember by the shields.
He's a little bit shiny. He's very shiny.
Yeah. That's true.
How do you make him so shiny?
I don't know. And sometimes it's differences between how they look on camera versus how they look. Like sometimes the camera doesn't preserve things that I am seeing in real life. I
mean, you said you have this on a phone, right? So
yeah, this is an iPhone. I
mean, iPhone usually should have pretty good quality, right?
Yeah. There's probably some settings I'm not playing around with properly. And I mean, just this is just a fact of physics that cameras don't catch light the same way your eyes do.
I know about that.
Yeah,
I've been learning so much about cameras. I don't know. Were you there yesterday for my stream? Did you see some of the stuff we discussed?
I did not catch that part. I was there when you were doing when you were reacting to the copy pasta. Not the copy pasta, the creepy pasta. The creepy pasta react.
No, so the creepy pasta stuff was related, right? Because I was talking about how I want to create epistolary horror films like that, right?
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit more legit than the copy creepypasta stuff on the internet, right? And I learned so much about cameras because of that. I had to actually learn how they work and what the numbers mean. The numbers, dude. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, no. When I talk to camera folks, they know a lot. They'll be talking about numbers, and I'm just like, what is this? Hold on,
it's important to numbers, Mason.
The numbers really mean a lot to these guys, and they don't mean a lot to me. They mean very little to me. Writing the numbers on the base of these. Okay. So there's been some.
Is this the first is primus and the second one is secundus? Is that how it works?
So this is number 4. And let me get that white paint off. I mean, it's just the order I painted them in, so that I can see how much I can try to keep track of my improvement. That's really all I'm trying to do here. I just want to know which one I painted first, but yeah, no, the numbers on those guys, those freaks over in the those freaks and weirdos.
Camera perverts.
Yeah, the camera freaks. I hope that Kirill isn't here and doesn't feel insulted, because Kirill's a cameras guy. Kirill is deeply a cameras guy. He's a photographer. That's his art form of choice. But they've got numbers. They got numbers like you wouldn't believe. And And, like, it's-
Photographers have like similar numbers than like film, right? Because it's technically the same stuff, but different numbers matter.
They matter a
differently,
lot. Yeah. The only ones that like I am aware of like the concept of focal length, but like I don't actually understand how to like do anything intentional with it.
Have you ever heard of f-stops? Do you know
I've
what
heard
an
of
f-stop is?
f-stops. I don't actually understand it. I've had it explained to me, and I think if somebody explained to me again, I would like be like, oh yeah, but like
So an f-stop is the measure of aperture, right?
Okay.
And aperture in itself is the thing where it's like, yeah, everybody that hears when you hear aperture, right? You kind of like think like, yeah, that's some photo stuff, but nobody ever knows what aperture really is.
Aperture is the size of the hole, right?
Yes, aperture is the amount of light that is let into the lens. So the weird thing about this is that aperture scale is in reverse. The lower the number, the more light. Right?
Oh, so like gauges. Oh, I hate that. I hate that.
So the way it works is people say if something is like aperture is 3 or so or lower, then that's like pretty fast is what they say. They don't say like a lot of light, they say it's fast, right? It's like a fast lens then. And then there's like super fast lenses that are like, they go down to like 0.9 or whatever, like fucking insanity lenses. And I learned recently, like doing some test shots, because I've been like getting some lenses and doing some test shots for my project. And I almost immediately understood why people pay up to 5 times as much, right, for a lens that has like 1 or 2 more f-stops than an identical lens. And I'm it makes so much sense to me now that I used it. It's absolutely insane. I thought that's bullshit, right? Like, whatever, dude. There's no way, right? Like, if you make an indie movie, right? You're like, whatever, right? Like, can't be that much different. It's actually different. Like, there's a reason. Don't buy the lens that isn't as fast. If you, I mean, there is maybe some special use cases, but you would have to know your use case so well that it's just not worth it. And you can just open up the lens anyway, so like it doesn't matter, right? So the faster lens can do anything the slower lens can do.
But more expensive.
Mm-hmm.
But more expensive. That's...
You gotta go fast.
You gotta go fast, apparently, in the photo world.
Yes.
I had a I did have some friends who like that was like their preferred art form was photography. And I've just never been a photos guy.
These aren't like minis you recognize. This is because they're Conquest. They're Conquest minis.
Yeah,
they're from Conquest.
They are from Conquest. These are undead Roman legionnaires. These are undead Roman legionnaires that I have made the absolute sicko decision to paint them using bronze armor rather than iron armor, despite that not making any sense for how the Romans did things aesthetically, because they're supposed to be old. They're supposed to be old. These are supposed to be guys who have been dead for centuries before everybody else. So I figured that these are pre-collapse, and if you're in the Iron Age, what's the collapse? It's the Bronze Age. The Bronze Age is the destroyed era. They're using old tech. And it helps that they are using these, like, reverse swords. These, like, impractical reverse swords and these super stout spears, right? These are chunky spear tips. These are big, thick, chunky spear tips, which is more of a bronze feature. Bronze handles compression less well than iron. People sometimes overestimate like the material quality differences between iron and bronze, but that's not the same as them having no differences from a military technology standpoint. There are places where the material differences really matter. And one of those is that like bronze weapons will be like thicker and shorter, because they handle compression less well. And so if you make a spear point that an iron style spear point in the same proportions, but use it with bronze, it will like smush and like lose its pointiness. Anyway, I think that's cool.
Sorry for weird noises. I'm playing with my spinning tops.
Of course you are.
I have to do it. It's important.
The snake must stim. The snake must stim. I can barely hear it, but it is pretty funny.
I have to let it rip. It's very important. Beyblade.
Yeah, it's Beyblade. I did not hear of Beyblade.
Are you too old for Beyblade?
I learned about Beyblade after I started VTubing. So like I learned what Beyblade was in like late 2023.
Huh. I guess it was kind of like off-brand popular. You know?
I also like... I mean, you have commented on this repeatedly. I'm not a fucking gamer. Like...
Oh, yeah, right? You're not a gamer.
Yeah, not a fucking gamer.
You're not even an IRL gamer. You don't even play games IRL.
Not really. No, I'm a reader. I'm a books guy. Like the...
A nerd.
Yeah, I'm a huger nerd. Yes. How is patination? Wait, hold on. What is it? Yeah, bronze gets a green patina. Pyromancer. It gets a green patina. I will be adding it.
Verdigris, actually.
Thank you. That was the word for it. Yes, verdigris. I will be adding it later. But we are doing really crude layers. He doesn't even say slurs. It's true. I do not respect the gamer words. That's a...
Bro, are you disrespecting gamer culture?
Absolutely. I think gamers have too many rights. They need more oppression.
What rights should they not have?
They shouldn't have the rights to publish reviews. Gamers should not be allowed to publish reviews of games.
That's a true take, actually. You're right.
Yeah.
I didn't think of that. But you are correct, sir.
Yeah.
I stand corrected.
Gamers shouldn't be allowed to form independent subreddits.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It backfired on me.
I mean, Pyromancer does change aspects of the oxidation. For the purposes of making miniaturization, of us making minis, the parts that oxidize are deeper in rather than on the surface. The verdigris is deeper in. But it's worth remembering that oxidation is an extremely broad process. It's an extremely broad process. Like literally like half of chemistry is oxidation. Like chemical reactions are either oxidations or reductions. It just has to do with where the electrons are moving. And so like, yeah, like you can't just like get away from that. The only things, yeah.
If you neutralize an acid and form a salt, is that a reduction or an oxidation?
I always forget what the difference is.
You don't even know.
I have an entire chemistry degree and I didn't have to fucking keep track of it. Like, it was something that I had to keep track of in PChem 1, and then like later on it didn't matter. Like I knew, I just had to keep track of what were the electrons leaving or gaining. And what qualifies as an acid or base actually is linguistically context dependent, which is very annoying. Like Lewis acids and Lowry acids are like slightly different concepts. It's really annoying.
I don't trust Louise. I don't trust that.
You don't trust that?
That's an untrustworthy name.
I mean, like I said, I was honestly I was kind of bad at synthesis. Analysis was where I was much better at. Chemical analysis. I liked my instruments. I liked my big tools. I liked my high performance liquid chromatographs and my atomic emission spectroscopers and my Raman photospectrometers. I like those things. I like these big tools that you had to like wear special laser goggles and like operate at like 2 in the morning. Or else like,
Only at 2 in the morning at a full moon, otherwise it don't work.
yeah. No, there's a very specific funny one, which is the atomic force micrograph. Is a really kind of cool thing. This is the kind of thing that I think would appeal to Nagi in a very frustrating and annoying way. Like, you know what a phonograph needle looks like a record needle?
Mm-hmm.
So like you get one of those, but you make it so precise that you can pick up like individual electrons.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can make like an image of the surface of something down to like individual electrons.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah. Those things you have to operate at like you have to operate them in like special locations and only at like 2 or 3 in the morning. Like I was in a rural ass area. I was in like the middle of nowhere. I was in meth country when I was doing this stuff, and we still had to operate it only between the hours of like 2 a.m. and 5:30 a.m. Because if a train traveled by within, I think, 200 miles of us, it threw off the entire thing. And like it was, and it was like hanging, like it couldn't touch like surfaces. The entire instrument was like hanging from multiple.
Right?
It was suspended on multiple levels of like shock absorbers. Yeah, it was like. No, Humter, you're literally using a silicon crystal that is so sensitive that's picking up the difference between an S2 and an S3 electron. Like, that's how the level of sensitivity it's at. So yeah, like the seismic motion caused by trains moving within like half a state was like enough to disrupt us. Bogdan, I just told you what the use of it is. The use of it is so that you can see what the surface of something looks like. That's the use case. The use case is like, what is the surface of this material look like? Down to the level of individual electrons. So iron gets rust and copper gets with unique O2 reactions. I mean, functionally, all of them are going to, honestly, any of them. So aluminum will produce aluminum oxide, which is its own kind of weird type of hell. Very useful stuff, those aluminum oxides.
In fact, it's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
You can make rubies out of it. You can make corundum out of aluminum oxide. All you have to do is melt it down.
And it doesn't have to be oxygen. Oxygen is not even the strongest oxidizer. Fluorine is a stronger oxidizer. So is chlorine is a stronger oxidizer. And there's actually a really cool thing. One of my favorite.
Do you know what that is? Dude, yeah. Like when I was operating a laser cutter, right? They always tell you you're not allowed to put PVC shit into that.
Oh hell no! Yeah, absolutely not. Absolutely fucking not. Yeah.
It will create chlorine gas, and that's highly bad for you. Plus, it will oxidize all the mechanics inside and kill the machine instantly.
Yeah, it'll destroy the machine. Yeah, the halides. Yeah, my favorite. One of my favorite chemicals of them all, probably like my second or third favorite chemical, is chlorine trifluoride, which is the most powerful oxidizer that I am aware of. Chlorine trifluoride can only be stored in copper vessels that have been pre-oxidized with chlorine, so that they have a copper chloride surface on the interior. Even if they have a copper oxide interior, the chlorine trifluoride is such an aggressive oxidizer that it'll cause the copper to light on fire.
It's pretty good.
Chlorine trifluoride rules. They were considering using it for like it's an incredibly insanely powerful oxidizer, and they briefly considered using it for rockets, because you can't use for like space rockets, because like in space there's no oxygen, so you have to bring your own oxidizer. Right, and they're like, well, why not use the one that's the
how are you storing that shit to bring it up there? That's like a huge risk.
That was not even the biggest problem. The biggest problem was like, so like you also need to be controlled. So you want it to be very powerful, but you also need it to be controllable. And the problem with chlorine trifluoride was like, so you start mixing it with like things, and you want to see how fast it reacts, so you understand how to control it. So you take the fuel and you take the oxidizer and you put them in front of a high-speed camera and you measure how fast the reaction happens. And different oxidizers will have different speeds. And with chlorine trifluoride, the reaction was so fast they couldn't measure it with the high-speed camera. With any of the fuels they tested, they couldn't the reaction speed was so fast they couldn't measure its reaction speed with things like the table or asbestos or technicians, which is like the funniest note I've ever seen in anything.
Technicians.
It lights sand on fire. It lights sand and asbestos on fire. You cannot put out a chlorine trifluoride oxidizing fire with sand. It's incredible. There was once a spill of 1 ton of the stuff on the highway, and it ate through multiple feet of asphalt and the ground beneath it. Shit rocks. Yeah, CLF3 goes incredibly hard. If you're wondering why we even make this stuff, it is used for cleaning silicon surfaces for making microchips. And yeah, if you have something like that, it will clean surfaces extremely well.
You know what's sus chemical? I find myself needing all the time.
Let's hear it, let's hear it, let's hear it.
Chloroform.
Chloroform, yeah, chloroform's a sus chemical. Chloroform's a sus chemical.
The reason why I think of that all the time is because it's a solvent for polylactic acid.
Yeah, yeah.
And a lot of the stuff that I use around here is made of polylactic acid, so I could use it as glue. And
yeah.
Then I'm like, but how do I buy that shit? They're gonna put me on a list if I buy it. Like, it's
chloroform. You know, I mean,
the truth is, it's nowhere nearly as effective as a narcotic. Like.
Oh no, it's yeah.
Like the movie.
No, the movie version of chloroform is insane. Like.
But yeah. So, but it is actually known to, like, people. You do pass out if you inhale it, like for a few minutes, right? So there is that. But it's nowhere near as good as in the movie. Same with tasers. I don't know why they do this. I guess they show you that it's that effective so that some criminals try to use it and it doesn't work, and then they get stabbed.
I think it's different. I think it's the I think it's similar to the same thing with like tranquilizer dart guns. Mm-hmm. That like tranquilizer dart guns and tasers and like using like the chloroform rag and stuff. Those are all kind of like, it's useful for certain types of plot, but it's also just useful for like this kind of comforting fantasy that there is like a non-lethal way of shooting somebody with a gun. That there's like a way that you could like shoot somebody with a gun or like stab somebody in the back with a knife, but you can do it in a way that's like non-lethal.
You think it's cope?
I
think it's all cope?
I think it's a mix of cope and a mix of the fact that like if you're doing a like kidnapping plot line, like you need to have some like tool that enables that to happen that isn't just like picking somebody up and shoving them in a bag.
You just black bag him. What the fuck? Just do that.
I mean, you can, but then you need an explanation for why like people why there's more than one person involved. Like it doesn't allow you to have that fantasy of the like totally lone kidnapper, like the Moriarty. You can't have like that. You're totally lone Moriarty kidnapper who like takes people alive by himself.
The funny thing about this is I don't think you can buy that chemical normally, right? And the truth is there's tons of chemicals that you can just buy from a hardware store that have similar effects, right? That they're much more dangerous even, right?
Yeah, I mean, our laws are not made by...
Yeah, you can't get chloroform now because the movies made people think that it's like some fucking OP kind of like, kidnapper drug or whatever the fuck. I don't know.
They think it's like a miracle knockout drug. And like the thing is like, this is just like a general thing. People are wrong about anesthetics. at a very basic level.
Yes.
People
A lot
think
of
that,
people have never actually, they don't understand that anesthetics are usually anesthetists use a cocktail of stuff, right?
yep,
You need to have like a muscle relaxant and an anesthetic and an dude, if you have to go under for surgery and
Yeah.
they don't give you the anti-nausea medication, because I have a problem. I'm allergic to a lot of common anti-nausea medication.
brutal.
I didn't know that, right? So not only does it make me feel bad, it doesn't do anything for me. Going under anesthetics without the effects of anti-nausea medication is some of the most brutal shit you can imagine. It's, oh my god, bro. Like, that stuff gets
yeah.
you hard.
It gets you hard. Not like that.
Not like that. Not like that. Not like
But
that.
yeah, I've gone under a couple times, and one of those things that the big thing that they don't that people like don't really internalize is that anytime you go under, there's a real chance you don't come back up.
Yes.
Like any surgery where they take you out is like, it can kill you. Like there's not like, we do not actually have a truly good method for like knocking people fully the fuck out without killing them.
I don't know what the chance is with modern methods. The chance to die under general anesthesia is like 0.5% at the most, right? It's not a lot, but there's like a gacha game, fucking epic poll chance that you will die.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, 0.5 is, I would say 0.5 is pretty, I contextualize that as a pretty high chance, right? Like,
I mean, as I said, right? Like getting like the pull you want in a gacha game is probably the same chance as dying under anesthesia, right? So, and I have done first-time pulls in gacha games, so there you go.
Yeah,
bro.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's kind of why I was going, was like,
yeah, I'm just saying.
It's worth being scared of. It's worth being
like
scared
buying a booster pack and getting the Starlight Rare instantly. It can happen. I opened the foil Jace the Mind Sculptor once, but bought just one booster.
Yeah, no,
She was crazy.
It's yeah, so yeah, if you're a gacha gamer, yeah, you can contextualize that the next time you get like your wisdom teeth out or something like that. Dying may not be a high percentage, but yeah, the consequences of it are extreme, right? Like this is, whenever you're doing any sort of like risk analysis, you always have to be, you can't just like think about the percent chance of something happening. You have to think about like, what are the consequences, right? Like how extreme are the consequences? Like you have to multiply them.
Consequences of death. You go to hell before you die. I don't know.
You die and that's it, right? That's it.
Did you know that people die if they're killed?
What was that?
Did you know that people die if they're killed?
I did know that. One of the dumbest like small jokes that's really stuck in my head for a long time is a Zach Weinersmith comic where a guy prays to God, and the guy's like, "Dear God, like is there a heaven?" And God's like, No, that's ridiculous. That's a lie that humans made up to manipulate each other. That's absolutely just not a true thing at all. I didn't make any sort of heaven. And the guy goes, oh shit, so like what happens when we die? And God just goes, hell. And it just ends there. It just ends there.
It's just hell.
It's just
That's
hell.
real.
Christianity is real except for the part where heaven it doesn't exist. There's no justice. You just go to hell no matter what.
I mean, that kind of reminds me of that one, the meme where like characters praying at their bed and there's like, dear God, I wish that everybody that died went to hell no matter what. It's like, I don't know.
That's a pretty good meme format. I'm not sure which where I'm assuming that's like done with like certain fictional characters where like that's like, honestly that sounds like a tier list idea. Like, what is this person's dying wish? And then like one of the tiers is I wish that everyone goes to hell no matter what.
It's pretty good.
It's just like you're just completely evil shit in your tier list. I'm trying to think about it, like who does that in various settings. I'm trying to think of like a good setting where like there's good variety of characters, and unfortunately because Mura's here, I'm thinking about Mass Effect, which is a problem because I only played Mass Effect 1, so I don't know enough about Mass Effect to actually comment on it meaningfully. I guess that Protean guy. The Protean guy would be like, a dear God, I wish everyone goes to hell no matter what.
I don't know, that really got me when I saw that for the first time. I was like, I see.
Everyone goes to heaven regardless. No, that's me. That's me. I am the person who's like, I hope that there is no justice. I hope everyone just has a nice time. That's me. That's Almantas. That's the Almantas way.
I hope that when you die and you go to the afterlife, they tell you that it was just a prank, bro.
So
you know
like, do you just like start over, or like?
No, it was just a prank. Like the afterlife is actually all there is, and they sent you to live in this world just for a prank, bro.
Oh, so like that one of the funnier Rick and Morty gags where it's the arcade game where you live in an entire person's life.
Kind of like that, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a prank. They just send all these people to live here, and then they're amused by what they come up with as an explanation for life.
Everyone goes to heaven is Tali. Oh, I mean, no. Remember that Tali is also turbo racist. So like everyone goes to heaven who is not a bot. Everyone goes to heaven except for Legion. Legion goes to hell for Tali. That's classist, not racist. You don't think it's robo-racist? You don't think it's robo-racist? I think it's robo-racist. I think Tali's robo-racist. Admittedly, this might just be like the American brain where like everything is racism. Like that's the only way like you can understand the world. That like
everything's racist. Racist against robots.
Racist against rich people. That's like a common like political argument that's getting made in my country.
Do you remember when the one billionaire, I don't know which one it was, that said that he thought the word billionaire was a slur and was being used maliciously in politics, and he wants to be called a person of means?
Yep, I remember that. I remember that.
Do you remember that? Oh my God! Holy shit! I read that and I was like, this can't be real. This has to be like some onion shit, but it's real.
Everyone goes to heaven but the slaves. God, what a fucked up way to put it. And hello, Wispo. I am painting an undead Roman legionnaire, and I am joined by Nagi Quetzali, who will be critiquing my technique as I get to more interesting parts of painting the model.
Oh my God, dude. Today, I have a frog in my throat. It's so large. It's like, it's an African bullfrog. It's fucking insane.
If it helps, I think you sound fine. I think you sound fine. So
it's the bullfrog Afrikaans. It's him. He has come.
As ever, the big problem with me painting the mini is inevitably going to be skin.
Skin is hard. It's like not one of the things. Skin is difficult. You're correct about that.
Skin's just hard. Skin's just hard. I keep on thinking about something that Hal told me, that that like newbies like models with helmets. Like that's like one of the big things that newbies really like. Newbie painters. And it's like, yeah, because you don't have to paint a fucking face. Like, it's less skins to paint. Undead skin is so yeah, Pyromancer, it does feel like a Path of Exile. It does feel like a Path of Exile mod. Mob, and that's it might actually be in Path of Exile. There might be some undead I think there are some undead like Oriath and Legionnaires. Yeah, there is the lake bed. The lake bed has undead Roman Legionnaires. The lake bed in Act 4. That's just the thing in Path of Exile. I was like, I feel like that feels so Path of Exile. The rare Path of Exile mob that isn't just a Dark Souls mob or a Diablo 2 mob. I do like Path of Exile. I will say that of the things I like in Path of Exile, all of my favorite things from Path of Exile are actually in Talos Principle. I'm actually really digging Talos Principle. Talos Principle rocks.
What's that?
You are a robot who has just woken up, and the voice of Izaro from Path of Exile tells you that he is God, and you are his child, and you must solve puzzles for him in order to achieve eternal life.
I've heard of this.
Yeah.
I should probably play that.
It's a puzzle game, right? It's a game of like...
I like puzzles. Puzzles
okay,
are good.
I like puzzle games. I like puzzle games a lot. I am only okay at them, I would say. But like, you know, as one of those people who like
Have you played the puzzle game of the century? Have you played it?
I mean, so I know that you're being ironic. If you were not being ironic, I would assume that you meant Portal 2.
No. There's a puzzle game that came out that is better than Portal 2 by far.
What's it called?
No, is Baba.
Oh, I played Baba Is You.
Baba Is You.
I'm not very good at it. Like, people think I'm going to be better at Baba Is You than I actually am.
Do you know the secret about Baba Is You?
That it's logic.
No, okay, well you don't. I'm not gonna say anything that.
Okay, I played it on stream and I got really stuck on the flashing cave level. That level was, I still don't know how to beat that one. That one's hard as fuck. It's been like months and I'm still like, I still like wake up sometimes.
Dude,
like,
Baba Is You has so much extra content. I like, do you mind like spoilers about the game, like what other levels exist?
Not really. Not really.
Okay. So Baba Is You, the big secret about Baba Is You is that what you're actually playing in Baba Is You, the entire thing that the game presents to you is actually the tutorial for Baba Is You. After you finish the game, if you paid attention, you will realize that there's meta progression in the game where you can solve the puzzles in the levels in ways that were not intended, initially look like they're not intended, and then actually solve a puzzle on the overworld to actually get you into a different dimension where the actual Baba Is You game starts for real.
That rocks.
And that is where where everything goes into the stratosphere of crazy bullshit, right? And that is where the levels become so convoluted that it takes me half an hour to solve one and I don't give a shit anymore. Otherwise, I would like it.
I am not. It's definitely like a type of puzzle I'm not super good at it.
It's because it's programming. It's the programmer's game.
Well, the other type of programmer's game is the game that I really love. I love the Zachtronics games. Those games I love. I think of all the games that I've ever played, the game I've been the best at is Opus Magnum.
Have you played The Witness? I bought that.
I have not. I have it. I'm looking forward to playing it. I was considering playing it this week, but then people voted for Talos Principle. I love Shunjin-io. I have not beaten Shunjin-io. I have beaten Opus Magnum, and I've gotten a bunch of high scores in it, or low scores, because I'm a cycles optimizer. But Shunjin-io rocks. No, like we've talked. Like my love of Shunjin-io is at the level where like if VTubing completely fails for me, I might like learn a programming language that's similar to the ones they use in Zachtronics games. Apparently assembly you can't make money off of. Apparently you cannot make money doing assembly, which is a damn shame.
I mean, there's GPU programming, right? Like that needs that kind of skill.
There is that VTuber over on one of the few times like I've talked to a friend of mine from real life and they know about VTubing, was a guy who watches that YouTuber that's a Dutch cat girl who just does GPU drivers. Like that's her content. Is she just programs GPU drivers as a cat girl? It's like her streams are just like it's just like a console open with like hundreds of lines of code of like NVIDIA drivers.
See, that would be intelligent streaming, but I'm stupid. I
know, right? I know. Like we are friends. We are both friends with the actual smart Twitch streamer, which is Clonk. But we are not smart. Me and Nagi are not smart. We are humanity's slop maxers.
I do slop max consistently on stream. I usually just slop max. That's what I do. That's my favorite. Slop maxing and becoming Reaction Andy.
You do love the React Andy.
In fact, next stream I'm gonna slop max again. We're gonna play God Eater tomorrow. Let's go.
That is slop maxing. Yeah, that is slop maxing. I love how much Mix hates that word. I think that word's amazing. Slop maxing.
He hates it. I thought it was great when it came out.
No, I've told other people about it, and every single time I tell somebody the word, they're just instantly into it.
It's gonna be like, so in the future, I want my stream to have like different segments, right? That are recurring segments, and one of them is just gonna be slop maxing.
No, here's what I think you do. Here's what I think you do. Is I think you create a redeem. I think you create a slop redeem. And the when people want more slop, either when people want more slop or when you do more slop, they redeem it, and you change the stream in response to it. You get sloppier as people redeem the slop maxing. Like maybe you.
That's also pretty good.
Yeah, like you could.
I just don't care anymore. I just don't care. I just stopped caring midstream.
I think it would be really funny if every time somebody redeems the slop maxing, you reduce the bitrate of the stream.
That would be pretty funny.
just
but yeah, I was gonna have different kind of segments, right? Where I was gonna be like, it has like title cards and everything. Where it's like slop maxing, right? And then I have another one where I planned for a while, where I go back to play games that I rage quit, and it's called salty runbacks, and all kinds of different stuff. So salty runbacks is gonna be where I play games that I rage quit, but I actually this time metagame them as hard as possible, right? Because I usually don't do that.
I was about to say, like, I don't. What have you rage quit? What have you rage quit?
I wouldn't say I've rage quit it, but there's games that I've quit because I just couldn't handle that stuff because it was like not fun at all. Like Lies of P, I quit because I'm like, I said this is the most joyless game I've ever played. I was so disappointed in Lies of P. I know everybody else loves it, but they don't understand. Their brains are not developed to the stage where I am, bro. I don't know.
The most angry I have seen you on stream was Ultra Kill. Which I don't think you rage quit. I think you actually like
you
Ultra Kill.
Haven't seen shit then.
I know, I don't think I have. I don't think I have. I like I said, I can't think about I have trouble thinking about you rage quitting because the most angry I've seen you is that game. I don't think you were that mad.
But usually I don't rage quit. I just get disappointed and then I quit. But
understandable.
I think the most mad I ever was at a game was Devil May Cry 3. I hate Devil May Cry 3. That game fucking sucks. People love that game, but I don't like Devil May Cry. I think that most of its issues are fixed in Bayonetta.
Okay.
But Devil May Cry is just like, I can't believe, right, that a game exists that wants you to fucking do weird-ass combos. It has, like, mechanics it doesn't explain to you. It wants you to do, like, weapon switches with a completely inadequate weapon switching system. It wants you to, like, do all this shit, and I'm like, dude, this is so clunky. What the fuck? You think I'm gonna play this for 1,000 hours to have the muscle memory for all this? Are you insane?
You like, do hate weapon switching. That was the thing that like struck me the most when you were talking about Ultra Kill. Was I was like you're like, I can't believe they're expecting me to use like numbers to change weapons, and I'm like.
So if you have a game, right, that allows you to weapon switch instantly, and they expect you to do that, they better make this as simple as possible. If I have to do more than one button press, I will allow two simultaneous button presses. Okay, that I'll allow. But you cannot expect me to fucking press like up to 4 buttons and like not actually try to get.
Okay, I did misunderstand because I haven't played Ultra Kill. I thought you were saying like the way you switch weapons in Ultra Kill is you press like 1, 2, 3, and like it just switches a weapon like that, like it's Doom or something like that. And I was like,
no. The problem is that every weapon in Ultra Kill has several versions of it, so you have to press the 2 button twice to get to the second version of it. It's
Okay. That makes a little bit more sense to me. I was like struggling to figure out what a simpler method is than the Doom technique.
So if they actually expect you can disable versions you don't want, but I don't want versions I don't want. I want to have my entire arsenal at all times.
This is a demand. Folks, you must understand. The Snake has high expectations and standards. She demands much from the world.
See, the truth is, the system in Ultra Kill is probably it's better than the one in Devil May Cry. Devil May Cry, I didn't even criticize that much, but the Devil May Cry 3 weapon switch system is incredibly inadequate for what it wants you to do. It is so inadequate that until the end of the game, I did not realize that is what they want you to do. And I don't think it would have mattered because I can't do it anyway because it's so clunky. So like might as well fucking do my stupid ass strategy where I spam Stinger and hope I win. And it worked. I just had to brute force it for 6 hours. So like there you go. I react to a game not being adequately designed for input comfort. This is like the biggest thing that makes me mad when I play a video game, when they want you to actually work with incredibly inadequate controls. That like it pisses me off so much.
I like Nagi because Nagi hates parrying. Is
Dude,
this true?
The thing with parrying is I don't hate parrying, but I believe that it has become a curse to the gaming industry. So the thing is, first of all, what counts as parrying in a game, first of all, is not even a parry. Like
this is true. This does bother me slightly. Not even a
real life parry.
It does bother me slightly that they use parry to mean something that's like kind of different than what
I used to be a fencer. I know how to execute a parry, and that shit ain't no parry. I can tell you that right now. Parries in real life, believe it or not, they're not hard to do. Right? They're actually incredibly easy to do. So the thing is essentially that parries are cool and all, but for whatever reason, it was Sekiro, where people finally got mind broken by this game, and now they believe that the coolest thing ever is to press the parry button at the perfect time, and then you just do all this shit, and you're so cool. Oh my god. The problem about this is that you've been tricked, because now you've entered the Skinner box, bro. The problem is that a game like Lies of P or Sekiro, Sekiro less so. They have other elements. The game is like, this is like another problem that I have with Sekiro, which is like one of my least favorite games they have released in recent memory. Right? I don't like Sekiro. I think it's not very good. But I have many reasons for that, and none of them are the parrying system, by the way. So the parrying system in Sekiro is okay. I think but it has like other elements which are whatever, right? It's a little bit mechanically bloated. There's too much stuff in the game. But wait, parries are real. Shut the fuck up, chat. I'll get you. and
also, hello, Flea Flicker. I think this is the Hellish Court rocks. Hellish Court's really cool. Hellish Court is super cool. I haven't played very much of it. I did like playing the Drunken Monk, who I'm very bad with. He like does not suit my style at all.
But so what I was saying, right, is so parries, the problem with games like Lies of P and parries, and to a certain degree, if you do that, you can do the same thing with dodges. Like it happens in a lot of places in Elden Ring, where I know that Al here hasn't experienced the degeneracy that the Soul series will eventually turn into.
It's true. I have not.
I would say that the argument that I'm about to make about parrying applies to the dodging system if it is like used to excess in the way that it is used in Elden Ring as well. The problem that Lies of P has, Sekiro to a lesser degree, is that the difference between boss fights is purely the actual timings that you press the invincibility button. Everything else is visual spectacle. Every single boss that I fight in Lies of P feels exactly 100% the same to me. There is no difference. And it didn't used to be like this in games like that, especially if you look to the originators of this like new kind of genre, Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1. Demon Souls especially has bosses that are set pieces, right? They are not just like reflex check after reflex check after reflex check. They are puzzles that want to be solved. They have solutions associated with them that are not like incredibly elaborate dodge and or parry sequences that you have to execute. And that was never why I liked these games. That like there were 2 or 3 bosses in Dark Souls. I don't think you ever saw them, right, Al?
The list of bosses that I have fought in Dark Souls, for anybody who was not watching the last couple of streams, Asylum Demon, who I have beaten, Taurus Demon, who I have beaten, Capra Demon, who I can't even parse what's happening on the screen, Gargoyles, who I cannot parse what is happening on the screen, Quelleg, who I have beaten, Moonlight Butterfly, who I have beaten, Pinwheel, who I have beaten. I think that's it. I don't think I've seen... Oh, and Sif, who I have not beaten, but at least I understand what's happening in the Sif fight.
No, you have not. You have not met any of the execution-based bosses, right? That really need you to lock in.
Brutal. Because I feel like I am way too slow for the bosses I've fought.
The thing about this is, yes, it's considered easier, but it's like that is just stupid. Like what gamers these days consider hard follows no actual logical understanding of what a hard thing is. Like it's I don't know how to say this, but like everybody is duping themselves into believing that learning like attack patterns by heart is the hardest thing ever, and doing that shit is cool. Dude, I can beat Elden Ring. I did it, in fact. If I did it a few more times, I maybe could do it hitless, but it fucking blows. I hate it. I don't want to do this, man. Like, this is like, I don't understand what people have about this. I don't think that was like the soul of the genre, and it's been lost. And one of the reasons why all of the actual other people that also make this kind of game, right, like Lies of P and stuff, all this shit sucks, right? Like the what was that? The remake of Lords of the Fallen. It's because they all have the parry system in it. And the parry is always the best thing you can do in any situation. In fact, Lords of the Fallen's first boss, for whatever reason, is the hardest boss in the game. I don't know why they did that. Like, whatever. It's like
funny prank.
It's like the Penetrator from Demon Souls on steroids, flies around, has like 3 fucking phases, like goes as hard as possible, and it's pretty difficult if you actually just go at it, like dodging and all this stuff. As soon as you try at least once parrying the attacks, you just one-shot that thing instantly, no chance whatsoever. Right? Like, and it's just, I don't want to be compelled to do this shit. Can you stop, please? Like, everything just becomes a parry fest, and I don't want to fucking learn attack timings anymore. I'm done. Like, people didn't have to learn attack timings in Dark Souls 1. People that said they did that, they were lying through their teeth. You could play that game anticipating what was happening because people were moving, or like enemies were moving in natural ways where you could anticipate attacks, where you could like stand at distance, or you run away, or you position yourself correctly, but you can't do that shit anymore because now you need to parry because everything has gap closers and everything just like sticks to you and like has fucking aiming bullshit delayed attacks that you need to like fucking muscle memory for 10,000 hours. Bro, what are you doing? I can't do this. There's no...
We're about to hit ads, but I'm gonna snooze this for a minute because I want to follow on this because I've got actual thoughts here.
Of course.
So I'm gonna give this a little bit of a snooze.
So as a closing thought, I want to say there is no other genre that exists, right? That does what this genre does, which is make games progressively more challenging to a degree where now in Elden Ring we are kind of like maxed, like the core game mechanics are breaking down. There is no other, like people online talk about this shit as if this is a necessary thing because people are like so good at this, and I'm like, bro, if you're so good at this, then like stop playing this for a while. Maybe you can like get this shit back later, but like at that point it's like you played yourself, bro. I don't know, like there's no other genre.
I mean you do hit something that I think about all the time that I like to highlight is like actually being good at games is kind of a fucking curse. Like don't be good at games. Like the progression for being good at games. Here's the progression curve for like what happens when you get good at a game. Like you're getting good at Overwatch or League or something like that. The progression curve is you're playing League. You're playing League and you're fooling around and you're having fun. And then you become a sweat lord. And like it's also fun, right? It's also kind of fun to be a sweat lord. And, like you're learning the game and like you're learning combos and comps and the skills and you're getting better at it. And like that's fun. You're improving and it's fun. Then you get to a point where you kind of understand the game and you're good and you all of a sudden have this kind of realization. You're playing League or you're playing Overwatch, you're playing Marvel Rivals, and you have this weird realization of like, wait a second. I could like make money off of this. I could like be in tournaments. And then you know what the next step is? Of progression, the next level in progression? You fucking hate your life.
Yeah.
That's the next level of progression. Don't be good at games. like don't be good at games. Yeah, and Murray, you're angry all the time. You're angry all the time, Murray. This is why.
Most of the parry stuff doesn't apply to Sekiro. Sekiro's parry stuff is okay in my opinion. Sekiro has many other glaring issues that make it like a less than stellar game in my opinion. That I don't ever see discussed, weirdly enough. People are just so mesmerized by the parry shit that I don't know what's going on. Like, I don't know. It's very strange.
But what I was going to say, like my kind of like bigger philosophical thing that like ties into this is I like to think about games. I like to think about games that are like very narrow, expressively. So like I like backpack battles, for example. You know backpack battles?
I heard of it. Yeah, I've seen that. Is it the PvP version of Backpack Hero?
It is. It's Backpack Battles is nothing but inventory. There is no game other than inventory in Backpack Battles. There's no reactions. There is no positioning. There is just inventory. There's no timing. There's nothing. It's just inventory. You cannot platform. There is no hidden object features. Being aware of your environment doesn't matter. It is just, can you pack things in a manner that like is mathematically meaningful? That's it. There's no other gameplay mechanics. And so when I think about reaction-based games, any game where like reactive execution is really important, I immediately go to what is the game that is the most pure expression of reacting to the environment quickly.
Osu,
yes. And
you just play Osu.
Yeah, you have to ask yourself, like, why are you not playing Osu? That's where I'm going with this. Is like at what point are you just like not, would you have been better served by just playing Osu? And like if a game, if the only things that you like about a game are like those like reactions and your ability to perfect parry things, then like ask yourself, like, what are the other mechanics in this game accomplishing and why do I not care about them?
See, my problem with the perfect parrying is, as I said, that every single boss fight feels the same because all
Yeah.
you're doing is learning a sequence of button presses that you have to do, and everything else is visual spectacle.
Yeah, it's just Osu with busyness.
Yeah, it's also with visual busyness. And the issue that I have with this is that it is also lazy on the developer's part. Because yes, you have to make the visual spectacle, but it's the perfect Skinner box. You don't even a slight variation on the actual pattern needs a completely different muscle memory. So at that point, like, bro, you know what I mean? And people are acting like this isn't true. They're acting like if there's a boss that has 2 or 3 actual phases and then the patterns change a little bit or whatever, that like the phases before prepared you for this, but they don't. They just don't. It's a different pattern at that point. I don't know what the fuck's going on, man. Like everybody's insane.
The only preparation is like you get warmed up at your your reflexes just get warmed up. And yeah, flea flicker. Yeah, no, it's just all inventory system. That's what Backpack Battles is. It's pure inventory system. And I like to talk about this. I like to talk about games like Backpack Battles because I also have this general theory, right? That like functionally any mechanic in any game can be fun if a developer puts in the time and effort to make solving it feel rewarding. Like the most insane mechanics that you can think of, I have probably seen a fun version of. Like Wilmot's Warehouse is a completely fucking insane game. Complete lunacy. But it's fun. Wilmot's Warehouse is fun. It is a game of can you find things that just get out of a pile of garbage. Like, can you find things out of a pile of garbage under time pressure? It's actually it rules. Like anything can be fun. Anything can be fun if the game designers know how to work with their verbs, and know how to like make it rewarding to play with. But like, by the same token, you can also make a pretty shit version of just about anything. I don't believe there's such a thing as like a truly like fatally flawed at the base level mechanic. There's just like better and worse execution. And then there's obviously like to taste, right? There's obviously like to taste. Like there are games that are just like simply purely not to my taste. And that's just like a thing. Like, but we are about to get we are being hit by ads. We're being hit by ads, so I will put it on the fan gallery while I get some stretch and use the water. I will see you all in a minute. Do they make it so the ads are slightly longer? Hold on a second. I fucked up the focus. I hate this element. Okay, that's better. That's better. A little bit better. Let's do one more try. There we go. There we go. All right, Nagi's not back, but yeah. So I have not played Sekiro. My list of FromSoft games that I've played. I have played. Here. Let me do the list of FromSoft games I've played. I have played Dark Souls 1, Armored Core 1, Master of Arena, Project Phantasma, Another Age, Armored Core 2, Silent Line, Armored Core 3, Armored Core 6. That is my list of FromSoft games I've played. So I've not played Sekiro, I've not played Bloodborne, etc. So I'm not commenting from a like informed perspective on the genre. I am commenting from like a high theory perspective, from a very theoretical perspective.
I return.
Hello, welcome back.
Return.
We just got back. Oh, captions died. You probably yeah. Thank you, Mura. Why I have a suspicion that this might be an API death. Because it's not letting me touch them. Captions. Let me reset my mic briefly and see if that does something. Properties. Okay. I am sorry, Mura. It's not even letting me touch the settings. It's not even letting me try to reset it. I am sorry. I don't know what to. I don't know what to do about this. I am clicking the buttons for the mic settings, and they're just grayed out. Everything's grayed out. I don't know what to do. I'm guessing it's. I can only assume that's part of like the API overhaul that Twitch is rolling out at the moment. That's breaking a lot of things. Which like I don't. I know people get mad about that kind of thing, but like, I don't know. Sometimes you gotta fix things, and sometimes that requires shutting things down for a few hours. And like, that's annoying for those of us who are reliant on the live servers being 24/7 live. But I don't know what to do about it. I don't think there's a good solution. It would be funny if Twitch did what EVE Online does and just has a 1 hour every day of guaranteed downtime. Oh, the captions look like they're back. I have no explanation. I did not do anything. They just started working spontaneously again. But yeah, so I'm commenting from this very theoretical perspective on games where the, like, when you have a game where there's like multiple different skill sets that go into it. Right, so like there's multiple different skill sets that go into playing Dark Souls, in my experience, and how I was playing it. And if one of those skills can just like make up for being bad at all of the other skills, then it's kind of a matter of player preference. Like let's say that I don't know this for a fact, but let's say that Dark Souls is like Deus Ex, where if you are good enough at exploring, you can just find a way around every boss fight, and you just can fight 0 bosses and win the game. Because that's how Deus Ex works, because Deus Ex is crazy. But Deus Ex, you can't...
The thing in Dark Souls is more... Most bosses in Dark Souls have solutions that are not just be cracked as hell, right? At dodging and stuff.
But what I kind of know... I say that I'm unspoiled on it, and again... People saw me live on screen figure out that the game even had leveling as an intended system. So, like, you know how dumb I am at the game. but I did still hear paratext around it and like how people talked about the game in the abstract, and they definitely did talk about it as a game of like being cracked.
Yeah, because the problem about it is that the game has a culture around it that is like that is semi-delusional, I would say, right?
Hello,
About
Matthew.
how the game actually plays.
Yeah, I can understand that. Well, and
So,
it's like,
yeah.
and like that's a skill that players really, really love. And I'm not gonna lie, I fucking hate it. Hello, Kara. Hello, Kara. That's a skill that players fucking love in the commentary, and I am thinking a lot about, Age of Empires. And RTSs, and like why RTS, like I like why are RTSs such a dead genre? RTSs were like my genre that I got invested in first, and a non-trivial part of why they are fucking dead is micro. RTSs are a fucking dead genre. RTSs used to be like a co-equal genre with FPSs. Like that sounds insane to say now, but in like the late 90s, RTSs, racing games, and FPSs were all bigger than JRPGs in American gaming. Like that sounds completely insane, but it's true. And the thing about micro,
I will tell you one thing, Matthew. You're not alone.
Yeah.
Micro is a skill that humans generally are bad at.
Yeah.
That's humans generally are bad at that. That's
And
just as a fact, right?
And I think that part of the reason why it's so fetishized by gamers is because so few people are like truly that good at micro.
It's as I said, it's an anti-human skill. Like it's an anti-human expectation to expect people to be good at that.
Yeah.
So
and you know what?
That's why people like it so much.
And you know what? If you're really good at it, there's a place where you can do it and you will produce really good, cool, interesting art. And it is not fucking video games, it's playing guitar. Like, just be if you are Yngwie Malmsteen, like you are better at micro than like any video gamer. But in the case of, so like here's an example that I encountered recently that I've been thinking about. I've been mulling over in my head. I was watching an Age of Empires tournament because I'm a sicko and that is what I do for background noise while I work on other projects. I either watch old Veilfisk videos, watch old episodes of Daria, or I watch Age of Empires tournaments. Like an absolute pervert. And there was this tournament I was watching, and there's a guy named Leary from Austria, and he is so good at the game that he like breaks rules of the game. Like this is what other professional Age of Empires players say about him. Is like, Age of Empires is a strategy game where you like build and upgrade units. And like, yeah, the thing about Leary is that like he never researches armor upgrades because his units just don't get hit. So it doesn't matter. He doesn't need armor upgrades because he has broken the part of the game where you hit his units. So he just doesn't need them. And he just never researches them. And like he's just like playing a different type of game than the rest of us. And like that's actually like anti-interesting to me. That's like less interesting to me than the alternative. That's like the game is less interesting because Leary is playing it. And the funniest part to me, still didn't win the tournament. Still got crushed.
Yeah, probably other parts of gameplay are probably more important.
Also, like he is that good that he like breaks the rules, but he is not the best player in the world. There's a Palestinian guy who lives in Argentina who is like, it's actually like really distressing to watch him play. He's really nice. Hera is like actually like really cool and nice, but he's just like he just is like at like another level at understanding the game. Like he'll like he'll see his opponent's base for like a quarter of a second, and he like knows what the person has done with all of their villagers for the entire game up to that point. It's crazy. It's insane. It's amazing. It's amazing. But gamers fetishize this skill set. Gamers fetishize this skill set, and this was the thing that came up if you looked at like how RTSs were talked about in the mid-late 2000s when RTSs started to really die as a genre.
that's very similar to what
Yeah.
happened with Souls and.
Yes, it is.
the
It is. That's why I bring it up.
Mhm.
Yeah, you've understood my analogy, my argument.
course.
Yeah, you've understood. You followed me.
Yeah,
You
the
followed me.
problem
The snake is
is
smart, and the snake
that-
understands me.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's toxic to the game. It's toxic to the game. Like,
So my real criticism about
Mhm.
like you haven't played Elden Ring, but
No.
I have, and I assume most of the actual chat has. The problem I have with Elden Ring is that Elden Ring emphasizes this one part of the game so much that it comes at the cost of not only your self-expression as a player, but it comes at the cost of possibilities for the designer.
yeah. No, this is yeah.
So the problem
Absolutely.
is that the combat system is so fucking optimized to such a fucking degree. Like everything is so goddamn optimized that you cannot have creative stuff in the game anymore. Because everything has to be solvable with just dodging out of it at the right time. Everything needs to differentiate itself by different attack patterns that come at different times. And as soon as you have a boss that has any kind of interesting mechanic, they're a joke. They immediately become a joke boss, and the people that play the game will be like, "Oh, Lamau, fucking like they taking the piss now." It's quite distressing what happened to this genre. I'm gonna be real.
And it's a boulder. It's a flanderization. It's a self-flanderization element, and it's and yeah, this is a point that like I struggle. That I'm glad I'm talking with you about this because this is a point that like I try to raise with people and then they refuse to understand, or like maybe I'm failing to explain it properly. That like if there is one tool in the toolbox that solves every problem, then that's the actual gameplay. Like if there are 5 tools in the toolbox and one of those tools solves every single problem and the other 4 tools only solve some of the problems, those other 4 tools are not really in the toolbox.
So this is a really interesting thing to discuss because the reverse is not true either, which is the weird thing, right?
Yeah.
So the thing is, if there is one tool that is super amazing, right?
Yeah.
Then it kind of like negates the rest of the game.
Yeah.
But if there is stuff in the game that is like not very well solvable with like the core game mechanics, so to speak, you often get games that tuck on other tools that you can use to combat that. But the problem is that those tools are usually unwieldy and weird, so they are not actually really in the toolbox either. There's like this weird in-between space that you have to be where all the tools are developed to the right way, to the right degree. So I don't know.
And I mean, this is why I am always so fascinated with games that have extremely limited verb sets. Oh, hello, Pekon-neko. I said hello to you before because I saw you were lurking in chat, and I just Pekon-neko like keeps on like emoting in my chat half an hour before I show up, so I've just been assuming that Pekon-neko is like here before I'm even awake. Like Pekon-neko is always here. Like this is why I have these fascinations with games like that's true, just some goblins. RTS is dead in the sense that it is like nowhere near the heights that it was for decades, and also like people who don't play RTS don't look at RTS as a genre to take inspiration from. And like really what the RTS genre is at this point is mostly people replaying Age of Empires 2. That's what it really is. And StarCraft 2, I guess.
I know that there's like a Supreme Commander community.
Yeah, it's very small though. I mean it's one of those things where it's like all of RTS combined is smaller than just the Doom modding community. Just Doom 2's mod community is larger than all of RTS combined. Admittedly, this is unfair because the Doom 2 mod community is extremely robust.
I mean, I've talked about this a few times, where there's a few games that were like winning formulas, so to speak, and they have been iterated on over and over again. And that's like how we get to all the stuff we got today.
Yeah.
But there's a few games that exist but there's almost no other games to play like them. In some cases, only a few games that were specifically made to play like them with basically no alteration. And I feel that what people should do in the indie scene is look at those examples. Like, for example, there are games like Illbleed. Do you know Illbleed?
I've heard of. I've never played it.
There's no other game in existence that plays like Illbleed plays. It's a complete. It's a complete one-off, right? So my idea is like, there's many games like this, and what people should do is they should take that and not try to copy it, because that's like what people do these days. Like, there was for a while, it was like, oh, remember when we played Super Mario 64? Now they don't make Banjo-Kazooie anymore. So here I make a game that's just like that. And I'm like, no, what you're supposed to do is you take like a game that didn't get that iteration and you create what you think a modern version of this could be. What, like, you add things, you tuck things on, you file things off, you see what works better in your opinion, and I want to see that shit. That's what I want to see.
So ones that, this kind of shows, again, like, the fact that I kind of stopped gaming at a specific point. A game that I have not seen an iteration on that I think would be kind of interesting. Episode 1 Pod Racer. You know, like...
Pod Race? How is this different than your average racing game?
Mostly by being more insane and more self-lethal.
I'm sorry, I didn't watch Nintendo Direct. There is no game Nintendo could ever release that would make me forget for even 1 second my burning hatred for the business practices.
Okay, wow. I didn't bother watching Nintendo Direct because I haven't bought a Nintendo console since the GameCube, and even the GameCube I didn't really play that much. And I just am not a consoles guy. I'm just not a consoles guy. And like, the last several Nintendo Directs, they just, like, people are like, oh, did you hear about this thing at Nintendo Direct? And I was like, literally the only thing that's like a Nintendo-esque game that I could give a crap about is Deltarune. And I already follow Toby Fox's Blue Sky account, so why would, like, if I'm going to hear about it, I'm going to hear about it from Toby Fox. Like, I don't care. I also just don't watch previews as a rule. Like, it's literally the only times I care about previews for things are like specific game devs and authors. Like, Ada Palmer announced that she's writing a new book. I can care about that. If Deborah Smith is doing a new translation, I can care about that. If there is a posthumous David Lynch movie about to come out, that would get me excited. But like Nintendo's too broad of a tent. I can't give a shit. I cannot.
I don't fucking care about like brands like that.
It's too big. It's too big. Like, yeah.
I care about the actual developers that create stuff. Like, why would I care about what like some kind of toy manufacturer that with like anti-consumer business practices is actually like putting out there? I don't care. I really don't care what they want me to buy. If they have like something that is actually good, that I know was developed by people that care, then I'll buy it. But I'm not gonna fucking watch their trade show.
I don't even care. I am so narrow about this kind of stuff that, like, even Josh Sawyer isn't enough to get me to show up. Like, Josh Sawyer made 2 games that I can care about, and then he made a bunch of games I can't care about, and that's like so I can't even care about that. Like, and like the previews never tell you anything. The previews never tell you jack. Like, they're useless. I don't respect them. We've got better things to do with our life, right? Like,
dude, I don't really care about like even knowing when games come out anymore. I mean, I'm a streamer, so I have a vested interest in knowing that stuff. But for the most part, I'm just kind of like, eh.
Yeah.
You know? Eh.
I mean, to be honest, the main way that I learn about game releases at this point actually is Bodega Rat playing it. Like that's like it is like if like Bodega and like a couple of other people play a game, then I can kind of get invested. But also like they're my friends, and like I hear about games through my friends even before I was a streamer, and even then I don't know, man. Like I'm playing like 10-year-old games regularly. Like like it's I have to hear about a game like a dozen times after release. Like if a game has been released and I hear about it like a dozen plus times, then I can start getting worried about it. But until then, I don't really care.
Also, I will say with Nintendo specifically, there's like this weird issue I have. I don't know what it is. I don't know what does this. And this is like not justified at all. This is not like me like bringing like an actual critique to the table here. But I have this issue that most of Nintendo's actual like properties, I guess Pokemon is like kind of associated with Nintendo, is exempt from this for whatever reason. But Fire Emblem, The Legend of Zelda, Metroid, I cannot take these seriously as experiences. I can't. Right? Like I look at like The Legend of Zelda and I'm like, they want me to believe that this is a real fucking serious adventure game. What the fuck is this? Like it's like some baby shit. And I'm usually not like this. I don't care about that stuff, what the actual intended audience for this is, right? But I look at this and I'm like, I can't, man. This is not a serious attempt at a game. Like people treat this online like this is actually some serious gamer shit and it's just baby stuff. And I don't know. I can't. And it's the same with Metroid. The shit comes out and I'm like, what? This is like a serious setting with space pirates and shit. What the fuck is this? Get out of here. I can't. Like, I don't know what it is. What makes me do this?
Zelda is one that's particularly amusing to me because, like,
the issue with Zelda and like with the problem with Zelda is that it's not about anything. It's like it's not really about anything. Like all the fucking themes of Zelda are like so fucking base level banality, kind of like and that's probably also why stuff like Breath of the Wild's zero cultural impact comes and goes, right? Like it's because it's not about shit. It's just not. It's just like the problem is that on a thematic level, Zelda is slop. I'm sorry to have to say this, but on a thematic level, it is slop. In a gameplay, yes, but in a gameplay perspective, it's probably pretty good, right? Like I would say that.
I played Hiding War Thunder.
But with Nintendo, like everybody likes this so much, right? And I expect better, right? I expected better, and then I play this shit, and I'm like, what is this? I can't, right? Apex flop, kinda.
So my thing with Zelda, right, is when I think about playing Zelda, the only Zelda games that I actually feel any interest in playing are the 2D ones. Like, I could be convinced to play the original, the 1987 Legend of Zelda, and I could be convinced to play Link to the Past at this point.
I could be convinced to play Majora's Mask.
I could also be convinced to play Majora. I've not actually beaten Majora's Mask, so I could be convinced by
I think Majora's Mask was ahead of its time in what it did. I feel like Majora's Mask had like a gameplay structure that was pretty good and hasn't even been done better to this day, which I don't understand because it's incredibly successful. And yet nobody has tried to be like, hey, I'm gonna make a game that is like Majora's Mask, right? That has like slight changes and differences and is even more about the gameplay loop of Majora's Mask. I'm sure people have tried, but nothing has stuck, right? Like nobody has actually made a Majora's Mask kind of iteration that actually became important in the indie space.
Like even like the thing that's like there's a very surface level similarity to Outer Wilds, but I don't think it's a deep similarity.
I've heard of Outer Wilds. That seems kind of like similar-ish.
Well, I mean, a big difference is that Outer Wilds is.
I haven't played it yet, but
okay, I don't want to spoil any more than that. But it is pure puzzle. You do not like gain objects. You just gain knowledge. That's the only progression in the game.
Basically, the Groundhog Day. I would like to see a game that is a Groundhog Day setup, like Majora's Mask is, but it's like about trying to cheat the system, so to speak. Like you trying to like find out what the rules are, how you can bend that shit, you know.
Play Outer Wilds. Play Outer Wilds. Play Outer Wilds and play Forgotten City. Forgotten City rocks.
Is Forgotten City? No, okay, yeah, okay.
Forgotten City used to be, was at one point a Oblivion mod. which is deeply funny to me. And then it
Not
got
Inscription.
not
By the
Inscription.
way, do you have Inscription?
I don't.
I will buy Inscription for you to play it. Because, as I told you before in chat, I am developing a game, a physical card game, right?
Yes.
And
The
you
snake
as
loves
a
cards.
non-card gamer are the perfect research subject, okay?
Okay.
If you can play Inscription and
Mhm.
I can just be there and ask you questions about like similar to the fucking thing that you did with Dark Souls, if I can just ask you questions about why you do things and why you actually like did certain things in the game the way you did and how you find the game mechanics, that would be such a good study for me.
Okay.
You have no idea.
So I mean, this is us doing content planning live on air, which is supposed to be a faux pas, but I think me and Nagi do not give a shit.
I don't give a shit about anything, okay?
Yeah,
Is this a faux pas? You're not allowed to do that.
You're not supposed to talk about like behind the scenes stuff on stream. You're not supposed to talk about like planning future streams.
This isn't behind the scenes at all. I was gonna make you do this right now. No, it's fine.
I'm not gonna do it right now because I you know me. Like once I say I'm doing something for a stream, I just like stick to it. Unless I get like really tilted out, I just like stick to it for the remainder of the stream. Like I am painting a Roman Legionnaire. That's what I'm doing for stream. But I think that this is a viable collab for us to do in the future. I think this is a viable collab. For me to, I don't know how much you'd enjoy it.
Information. I'm not gonna sit there. I'm not gonna give you any tips if you don't want them. I'm not gonna explain the rules to you because that would taint my result. I will not spoil you about the game or anything, right? I will just sit there and ask you questions about why you did the things you did.
Yep, I think that'd be funny. There
you go. Because the thing about this is like, I am a card game aficionado. I am like, the weird thing is that Inscription is made for people like me.
Yeah.
And I think I'm still a little bit overqualified because I just stomped that game basically. I've heard of other people needing way longer, doing way more stuff, right? Like having to go way deeper into like all of these mechanics that help you out to actually do it. I think by the end of the game, okay, I can't say that, but you know the card chat, right? The county card was like a 5, and that was because I was testing stuff out, right? And have you beaten AI on children's card game? AI on a children's what is AI on a children's card game?
That's a interesting name for a game. If that's just the name of the game, that's an odd name.
Have you beat Almantas? In what? In real life?
No, she's never played. We've never done anything PvP between me and Nagi. The closest thing we've done to PvP is like comparing our like art skills, and she has firmly trounced me on those. Firmly trounced me as a miniatures painter and as a streamer. Like that's fair. But we've never like, I don't think we have not even like, I don't even think we've done fucking rocks paper scissors. Like
I don't like PvP.
I developed PvP brain rot when I got a really bad case of COVID, but I'm still like it's still like not really like my favorite thing, to be honest. Okay, I think it's time to start thinking more about skin. Like I have played quite a lot of Apex, but I am firmly bronze tier in Apex. I'm firmly bronze tier in Overwatch, in Rivals. Like I'm bad.
Card game aficionado. So
oh yeah, no, she really is.
Most TCGs that exist, I probably know how to play them. For research, and like Rift Runners, the VTuber card game, I was consulted to look over the rule book to see if anything was amiss. I will say not that many of my critiques have been implemented, but more stuff is coming there, right? So there you go. Is Nagi playing with Beyblades, of course?
Yeah, Nagi is literally playing with Beyblades in the background.
I got my new launcher. I got a new Beyblade launcher, so now I can launch them at double the speed. They're deadly now. They're now evil. I made them evil.
This is the Nagi way. This is the Nagi. This is how a Nagi.
Which VTuber card game is the best? In what sense? What do you want out of the game? About playability or collectability? How cool do the cards look? Like what do you want out of this?
My main thought about card. Oh my god, Enigmas. Oh my god. I'm sorry, Enigmas, I don't know what to say for you. But
which one is the Astroline one? What is it called? I need the name. I don't know what the called. So I will say V-Card is a tragedy. Like, I don't know who designed V-Card, but they should have actually gotten somebody on this that knows what they're doing. And it's not only the ant mechanic or anti or whatever the fuck, right? There's other problems. The thing about Oshi Push is it's usable, but it's a fairly simple board progression game, which I'm gonna be real with you. My actual opinion on trading card games is that there's a certain kind of trading card game that becomes popular, which the soul of a trading card game is playing your dudes and attacking your opponent's dudes. Like, all the time, forever, that is the actual formula that works. And I don't know if Yes, I don't know if something like Oshi Push can survive long term, if it's not just for collection. But it's playable, I will say that. So, oh yeah, V Royale is more playable, but I will say about V Royale that it is entirely non-experimental. So V Royale is a carbon copy of the modern kind of you know, all these anime IP trading card games, One Piece, Dragon Ball Z. That's what it plays like. It's just like it lifts like shameless copying of that shit, which I don't think it's a problem, but it's just, of course it plays well, but it's not like novel in any way, right? It doesn't bring anything to the table that you don't already know about, so to speak.
Highly derivative.
So we already, there is like, it's a safe bet. It's a safe bet because we already know that these work, and we already know what's good in these games, and we already know how to balance cards for this. So you have the advantage that you can iterate on stuff that people have already done. And then there's Rift Runners, as Scaldy said. Rift Runners is the one that I consulted with the person that makes it.
Voidwave, right?
Rift Runners has a few problems with distribution and marketing, I will say that. He's working together with like an industry insider now, so things should be better. The card design of Rift Runners will not be everybody's. It's very retro in a lot of ways. Rift Runners is a Yu-Gi-Oh! Like card game. It plays mostly like old school Yu-Gi-Oh! With some extra new mechanics that the game also has in addition to that. It doesn't have an extra deck. In my opinion, that is a little bit too much of a... So, Voidwave, as I think he doesn't have a lot of experience playing trading card games other than Yu-Gi-Oh! And it shows a little bit in the actual design of the game, which is not necessarily bad. You can just see that this was clearly created by somebody that really only understands Yu-Gi-Oh! At a higher level. So it's not bad, but it has a lot of the clunky problems that modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Has. And I don't mean like the game is super fast, combo off into oblivion. Is exactly what he didn't want in the game. And he successfully has that handled, but it has a lot of mechanics that need you to pay a lot of attention. It has mechanics that want you to lock yourself out of certain actions you can take in a turn. Some of them retroactively. Like, you know, that's like the shit that Yu-Gi-Oh does, where I see that and I'm like, oh my god, bro, what are you doing, bro? So it also makes a distinction between once per turn effects that are soft and hard. I will say, I immediately said when I saw that the only reason why Yu-Gi-Oh has soft and hard once per turns is because the game has already gotten out of control. You don't have to do this, right? But it's still in the game. I don't think it makes sense. I don't think it matters that it's in the game. Most of the time, they're gonna be the same because you cannot actually do the thing to like circumvent soft once per turn effects, like in Yu-Gi-Oh. A lot of the actual stupid shit in Yu-Gi-Oh, like the really stupid stuff, right? The missing timing bullshit that Yu-Gi-Oh has that makes no sense to any person that is like has a normal functioning brain. That's been removed. The whole thing about like if the card's name is treated as another name in the deck, this applies to deck construction limitations, which is like, what the fuck were you smoking when you came out with this shit? It's like Yu-Gi-Oh shoots itself in the foot constantly and then refuses to just admit that they did that and they just roll with it forever. It's absolutely insane. But Nagi, the best strategy for modern Yu-Gi-Oh is to wear steel toe boots. And if you go first, you're golden. There's go second decks in Yu-Gi-Oh too. So it does exist now, but so the thing about it is, I will say, Rift Runners plays more like a mixture of like Edison format and old school Yu-Gi-Oh. It's like a weird kind of concoction there. You know what I mean? It is in some ways a little bit faster because it has stuff like the union mechanic and it has like the fodder that lends you consistency. So it's like it's that. Obviously, I know a lot more about this game than all the others, right? But there's that. It does seem like he is shifting away from the you can't sing in the turn. Yes, because I have been telling him to knock that shit off every opportunity that I have. And basically, last time that I talked about this, I presented a ton of alternatives, right? Other effects that do similar things but don't actually create a ton of cognitive load on your players. The game is pretty decent. I'm trying to make a deck that I can play. Apparently at Offkite there might be a tournament. Don't quote me on this, but there might be a tournament at Offkite.
I mean, the thing about tournaments is like you can just do it, right? Like they can't stop you. Like you, like you certainly, but particularly you, like you have enough clout and connections in and among this community. I don't have
shit for clout, bro. Like I'm like, man, I don't. I'm
the barrier
nothing.
for organizing a tournament is so low. That's my point. The barrier for organizing a tournament is so fucking low. Like you don't have to be.
Even someone such as I could do it.
I think that like, I think that even like I could probably do it. Like, no, the barrier for actually organizing a tournament is super fucking low.
Also, obviously, Rift Runners is the best game because I'm in set 1. I'm one of the legendary rares.
You're in it like 8 times.
In fact, playing what?
You're in Rift Runners like 8 times.
Yeah, I have like the most cards out of any streamer in Rift Runners. It's kind of concerning. But the thing is, like the Nagi deck, to play the Nagi deck, you need like so many rare cards. It's like really difficult. And now that the second set has Dragon Spit in it, I need like a playset of Spitfire Volley because Spitfire Volley is really good removal. It works with reptile cards, and I'm also a reptile card. So that is also legendary rare, by the way. So goddamn, man.
Pain in the ass. That's what I heard.
Scotty, do you have limited edition foil Delinquent Nagi? I need like 2 of them.
Oh,
Also,
yeah, you
also
did finish Veil God.
remember-
Yeah, I remember you saying you didn't like it very much.
Remember, since I'm the VTuber, I actually get 10 copies of every single card that I'm featured in gold. I have them. I have them right here. I can just I can do with them how I please.
You can eat them.
True.
That was actually one of my favorite stories from I'm not a card games guy, but my brother is. So I hear about it peripherally, and one of my brother's favorite memories from Magic the Gathering, which is his poison of choice, is they were at he went to a pre-release. He went to a big pre-release, and one of his best friends who was there got one of these crazy ass super special foil rares, and it wasn't actually for a very good card. It was just like rare and shiny, and somebody younger there was like really amazed by this and was like, dude, I will pay you $10 for this card that is functionally trash. It was functionally just shiny trash. And the guy was just like, no, this thing sucks. I don't even respect this, and I don't need the $10 from a little kid. And so the guy, like after like several rounds of back and forth, which has just pissed off the guy who had the card, he rips up the card in front of the kid and eats it.
Oh my god.
And the kid starts crying.
I remember one thing, it's not as fucking funny, but I remember being in a card shop one day and there were people discussing the meta, right? In Magic the Gathering as well. And they were talking about like dual lands or whatever, shock lands in like one of the sets, and they're like, oh, shock lands are so good, everything is shock lands, you gotta get the shock lands or whatever the fuck, right?
Yeah.
And it really pissed off one of the older guys. There was like a veteran player in the store, and so he was like, fuck you guys. So he bought a booster box, opened boosters until he got a shock land, and then he ripped it up and ate it in front of their faces. Just to fuck with them. No, not fetch lands, shock lands. It's a different land. Don't you know shock lands? You don't know like steam vents, overgrown tomb, sacred foundry, whatever the hell. You know the ones where fucking stupid immature people were like, Lamau, all the Shocklands names are like that you could read that as a metaphor for vagina. Oh my god. That was really a thing that people were doing where they were like, oh my god. Hollowed Fountain, let's fucking go.
Okay, Harlot Fountain is Harlot Fountain is a very funny name. I'm sorry, that's very funny. That's pretty good.
Yeah, Sacred Foundry, Overgrown Tomb, the Steam Vent. I don't know what's Verdant Catacomb. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with people. They're insane.
Verdant Catacomb is less obvious to me, but if there was one that's called Harlot Fountain,
Watery Grave is also one. I'm pretty sure.
That's not a vagina reference. I
don't know.
That's not credible as one. Nagi,
Godless Shrine. There you go. The black white one. Godless Shrine.
So I'm disappointed now because I thought Harlot Fountain was one of them, and that is funny.
I sold. So I had a vintage collection, right, for like legacy cards because I was playing Legacy, and I sold them all to be a VTuber.
Powerful.
Best investment I ever fucking made. Fuck Magic the Gathering and what it has become. Oh my god. You know who I blame for this? Wizards of the Coast and Rudy. If you know, you know.
When I hear Rudy, I just think Rudy Giuliani. That's all I can think of.
Chat, do you know Rudy? Come on, you know who Rudy is. Your chat, 100% they know who Rudy is.
I just kind of assume that that like if it's like anything trad game related, I feel like Matthew just kind of knows it. Matthew's very educated. Zone Kami.
I do, but not a huge fan, dude. Like That's the worst thing, you know, when they have the trilogy where it's like there's like Timmy and Johnny and Spike, and then in the corner the hunchback that has like fucking like spit running from the corner of his mouth, like where you see Johnny and Spike and Timmy just like, you know, shaking hands, and then you have the hunchback in the corner and it's fucking Rudy every single time. I swear to God.
So what does it mean? What does it mean? Because I know
So,
what Timmy and Johnny and stuff mean like that.
So Timmy, Johnny, and stuff is like the types of players. But
yep, it's what motivates them. Yeah.
The idea is that there's a fourth type of player, and I named this player Rudy because there's a common internet figure whose name is Rudy, actually in real life. And what he does is invest in Magic the Gathering cards as money.
Oh, investors. Okay.
And that is what drives him. So the fourth one is Rudy in the corner, dude.
That okay, now I understand. Now it all makes sense to me. I was like, what is this person's function in here? Because I was like, okay, yeah, no, I am familiar with this type of player because I'm a Warframe guy, and this
Dude, he's a fixture. I would much rather he wasn't a fixture. Like, people like Rudy are a problem. And
they are a problem. No, you need to.
Serious.
You need to make your game hostile to that kind of person. Like in Warframe, it was it's the Riven guys.
Drop the fucking reserve list. Get the fuck out.
It's the Riven guys.
Warframe when I remember this in Warframe when I played the game the first time, and I was like, you know, I'm like a Grandmaster Founder in Warframe, right? I have all the shit in Warframe that you can get. And there's like exclusive stuff that nobody can ever get again. And I don't even think that's a good idea. I think that shit should come back. I don't care about it. I would sign off and like just.
And it's like so minor too. Like the list of things that I don't have access to in Warframe is like literally like one Lato variant and like the Excalibur Prime, and that's it.
Yeah, no, Lato Prime, Skana Prime, Excalibur Prime.
Yes, like it. And like, because I started very early, and like even then,
like it also comes with some sigils. So, but the thing about it is this: so back in the first event that ever existed, the reward for that was the Frost Prime blueprint.
Yeah.
And people were so fucking pissed that Frost Prime would actually be available later on. They were like, if I can't lord this over other people for all time, why would I even ever do an event? And I'm like, bro, maybe you want to build the Warframe and play it, you absolute fucking idiot. Like, what is going on, bro? Like,
no, like these are people who I am glad that Warframe is generally hostile to them. I think it should be more hostile. I think particularly in the case of like Riven's, like they should just end the mechanic. Like I know like Riven's like so important.
No, when
to
I
the
saw
game at
Riven's,
this point,
I stopped playing Warframe for a while because Riven's are like, remove that shit from the game. Like
Riven's made trade chat unusable. Trade chat is has been unusable ever since Riven's existed. Like you need to use the in-game economy is actually really cool and important in Warframe, and like you have to do it through third-party services because the in-game service is just Riven speculation. It is just people doing cryptocurrency bullshit with Rivens. Like it's useless.
No, it's stupid. But yeah, so like Rudy is a real problem in the Magic the Gathering. You should never ever in your life cater to investor people. They're not only that, I think I talked about this fairly recently about how investors ruin like upcoming card games. Yeah. Like MetaZoo, for example. So MetaZoo was coming up and is like a retro style Pokemon-esque card game. And the investors were like, this is the next big card game. So they bought up the entire pool of these cards, drained the entire card pool, so nobody that actually wanted to play could get it. And of course it failed then. Like, because the people that actually bought 10,000 boxes and shit, who's going to play it? Who's going to make this a success then? Like, it's, what the fuck?
No, like this is
not get product. Like, you're fucked. Like, your card game is screwed. So, like, you should be against this.
This is the thing, like from like a business perspective, right?
I mean, it's the same thing as with like in Magic the Gathering where nobody can play Legacy because like there's so few Legacy cards that even exist now, and most of them are with like some people that are just speculating on them, and they refuse to drop the reserved list because they're so fucking scared about like the people that that have this kind of stuff, right? Like I don't know. I would just, if I was in charge of actual Wizards of the Coast, I would just tell these people to go fuck themselves. Like I don't give a shit. Like if
do
Ruby
mass reprints of every single card. Flood the market with fucking Black Lotuses. Fuck these assholes.
New dual lands doesn't have to be in standard, but print dual. Make a fucking Legacy Masters.
Print them even in the same style so that it's hard to differentiate them. Have a good night, Mura. Print them in
the old printing presses out.
Yeah,
just so that people can't tell which one are the new ones.
Except trade-ins. That's the real way to ruin it. Except trade-ins.
You know what my actual most like the if you want to see like absolute cope, right? You should go on like some of these internet forums where these kind of investors discuss stuff. So they're coping to each other that it is not possible under any circumstances to create like 100% perfect create 100% perfect counterfeits of these rare cards that they possess.
I mean,
that they have the price of which they drove so high, right? That it is actually like now feasible that somebody would actually acquire the equipment to make these things that they're so afraid of, right? With old printing technology that is still out there, like in like Europe, and here we have like countries that have this. You could buy a machine that is capable of creating a fake that you could never tell is a fake.
Yeah.
And the problem is this is only an issue because they drove the prices of these cards so high that it is actually feasible that would be a good deal. And people are like coping and seething about the fact online that this is not possible. No, don't tell me that this could happen. Oh my God, what the fuck?
This is a way of engaging with games that I don't respect, and I try to be. I am like chat. You guys know I give so little crap about how people do things, that I am so comfortable with so much human variation. This is stuff that is poisonous to everyone else who is involved in your hobby. Like, this is absolute poison to everybody else involved in your hobby. It is ruinous to everybody. You need to ruin their lives.
They should make these fucking fakes. These people deserve it. They should do it.
They're poison to the rest of the hobby. They are like an actual obstacle. Okay, Nogsters, we have hit a point. We have hit a point on the model.
What's the point?
The point is, and we're about to go into ads, so this is a discussion point. So I have put down a layer of mahogany, really my shitty watery mahogany, on the skin portions.
So you didn't want to invest in an actual mahogany, I see.
I'm being a cheapskate.
Dude, I'm like tripping balls. I took like 2 Benadryl and that shit. I don't know.
Okay, I'm asking a question of taste. What type of skin tone do I go for here?
I think this guy has like a darker skin kind of.
You think darker? Okay, you think darker?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's break out I've done 2 of these guys actually proper dark skin. One guy very like pale, and one guy kind of like pinkish green. So these are my paler skin guys. This doesn't show up for shit on the camera. I can barely tell that I painted these guys' skin. This guy I fucked up. Actually, I don't know if I fucked up. I think this is actually kind of fine as skin tone. It's just that against like the dark bronze, it's too low contrast. This guy, actually, I don't know. The more I look at it, the less I hate it. Okay, so that means I need to think about what I'm going to be doing to make this guy dark skin. To make this guy have dark skin, but skin that doesn't just look like it's more metal. Because that's like the kind of the problem, is the contrast has been too low when I've made these people dark skinned. But we are got to get hit by ads, and I need to replace my water can, so that's actually pretty good timing. All right. Oh, and Kill Fox Heal. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I mean that's what the Talos principle is. That's what the Talos principle is. Talos is a bronze golem. Is a bronze golem. My homie stole my pantaloons and called me a buffoon. That is brutal. I'm sorry that you are participating in a 18th century rap beef. with your pantaloons. But all right, we're going to go into ads. I have been thinning my paints, Matthew. I have been thinning my paints. Some of the paints I've kept not thin because I wanted them to have certain attributes of deposition that happen when you've got thicker paints, but I have been thinning. She can't see because she can see what you guys can see. But I have my wet palette over here. And I've been keeping water deposited in my brush. So that said, we're going to go to ads, and I will be back. Enjoy the fan art gallery. I need to update it. It's like a couple weeks behind, but I will update the fan art gallery soon. All right,
Oh,
all right,
boy.
all right. We're back. We're back. We're back, folks. We are back. We are back.
Hello.
Skin's like my nemesis. Skin is my nemesis, said the fucking necromancer. This is why even though like I am like, even though Eldar is like my favorite faction in almost every way in 40k, I think if I was just doing models, I'd probably do Tau. Because like I would just paint robots. I would just paint the robots.
Rabab?
The robots.
You could just do like, I mean, there's a lot of armies where you don't have to paint skin. Like even Space Marines, you can even
That's true.
everybody has a helmet on.
That's true. That's true. There's the goofball option of what's it called? Hold on a second here. Am I cooking? I'm not cooking. I'm cooked, but I am cooking. There's the kind of goofball option of doing what's it called? I could just paint not even paint like proper minis, but paint like Gunpla. I could just be like I could just like paint Gunpla. That's an option. Like, who's to stop me? Who is to stop me from just painting robots?
It's impossible. Nobody could do that.
Nobody could do that. Nobody could do that. Yeah, I think Tower like my favorite overall aesthetic, although I think my favorite actual miniature in the 40k line, I think my actual favorite miniature is the Castellans.
Really? Do you mean the Custodians or
No.
Castellan robots?
The Castellan robots. The big clunky 50s robots.
Beep boop? The
Beep
beep
boop?
boop?
I've been doing zombie green ass ones. So like this is the pale guy. I don't know how green that looks to you guys on the other end. It's very green to me. It's very green to me. No. The Hello Mix. No, there's too many things that are like that. The Castellan, the ones for the AdMech. The AdMech Castellans. Those ones, yeah. Those ones. I like those guys a lot. I think they're very funny. They remind me a lot of Tesla Troopers from Red Alert 2. That's what's going on with them. They remind me a lot of Red Alert 2 Tesla Troopers. Nagi continues to stim in the background.
Dude, I got a stem!
She's got to stim. She cannot just be. She cannot just be. The snake cannot simply allow herself to exist and to observe.
True.
I imagine that if we do this, I do imagine that if we do this inscription thing that we talked about, like you are going to be like doing like carpentry in the background. Like,
probably.
You're going to be. I mean, admittedly, I am prone to doing that. It's just that my hobby of choice is calligraphy, and that's actually like people can't usually tell over the VC. They can tell if I'm working out, but I try to avoid that for that reason. Okay. So this layer is just not working. This is like majority green paint with a little bit of brown, and it's just coming out brown when I'm depositing it. Nagi loses 10 HP and has faster attack speed. Yeah. The Tesla Troopers, yeah. All right, Hoomter, have a good night. Have a good night. Have a good work. Honestly, Mix, there's a lot of things I find very underwhelming in 40k's design. AdMech, I think, occasionally has some pretty good ones. I do think that my favorites... I do think that they have produced one of the funniest models that 40k has ever produced, which is the Stilt Guy. I'm a big fan of Stilt Guy. I know that Nagi knows Stilt Guy.
Sidonian, I think, is what the unit is called.
Yeah. We all know it's still Guy. Oh no, they don't put any thought into movement. They don't put any thought into movement. They don't put any thought into like physical space. Right, like that's like fundamental to 40K.
The game just fucking sucks. I don't know if you noticed that. But
I did. I have noticed that. I've talked about it a lot. You and I have talked about it frequently. That like it's just like
we have, yeah.
It's just like it's just like actually a bad war game. Like by the standards of other war games. This isn't just like a case of like it being bad in some sort of like broad objective sense. It's like you can play better war games very easily. It's actually very easy to find a better war game than 40K. Just like kind of at random, you can find better ones. I can tell you, I can list like almost every one I can name is better. So Guy would be so good for Turnip 28. Yeah, Eldar sometimes. I will say that like I'm somewhat forgiving about like the biggest thing that makes the models look like they don't have any motion and movement to them is that they tend to be very like solid in their build, and I think that that's largely a concession to like durability. I think that a lot of the time that is a concession to durability, that like if they made them more naturalistic and in the way that like even these guys are so chunky. That like particularly like I'm thinking like old Space Marines, like 80s era Space Marines. I think the concern was that they would just like disintegrate under regular use. Which I think is fair as a concession, as a design concession, and it has had the knock-on effect as the game has matured of that being like now the audience is trained to like that, is kind of where I was going, Mix. I think that Mix probably anticipated where I was going with that, is that the audience at large has now come to prefer these guys who are extremely bulky and chunky because that has been what the game has been for decades, and that was partially a concession of like the manufacturing options that existed with doing like resin pressing in the 80s.
You mean the metal?
I mean, and the metal, yeah. I mean, the metal you've got a lot more options with, but I think that they did make them thicker out of a durability concern. But
of course.
You know, I think that there was a durability consideration that I think is reasonable, but you know, has knock-on effects. And 40K fans, this is not fair to the 40K fans. This is me being mad at the 40K fans. 40K fans have so little tolerance for newness.
Yeah,
not as bad as the BattleTech fans. Holy crap, the BattleTech fans.
They're fucking paranoid as shit that some tourists are gonna come by and change the game. It's like absolutely. It's like,
well, and they got to get over it because the tourists have come by and they made the game better. Like they got to get over it.
They're fucking deranged, man.
They're deranged and they're wrong. Like the tourists have already come. The hobby is primarily composed of people who have joined since 2020, and the game is bad, but it's bad because of like mistakes that they made 20 years ago. Like it has been improving. It's just going to be permanently hobbled by decisions that they made decades ago that are now baked.
They could just like make a new game, dude. Like, bro, why not just create a new game? Why not just be like, fuck this shit, here's the new edition, it's completely everything new, it's a good game now, and then everybody that is like, no, I want to play my slop shitty game. I'm like, just kick him out the door right there.
I mean, I
would do.
I think that Games Workshop is justifiably paranoid about producing good games because they have produced good games and then they had to shutter them because the fans hated playing good games. Like, they did make Battlefield Gothic. Battlefield Gothic is just good.
Decimate Mordheim.
Mordheim's pretty good. People actually do play Mordheim though.
I mean, I guess they're actually fucking eating their awards now. I like it, but like the thing about Mordheim is that Mordheim is like zero support from actual Games Workshop.
It's like all fans.
It exists, And now we have Trench Crusade, right? Like, so people love that kind of game that Mordheim is.
Yeah, they do. They do. They do. The idea of tourists. Hold on. They have shit aesthetic taste and didn't want variety. That's fair. That's fair. The prospect of dropping a metal model, it shatters into shrapnel. Yeah, understandable. And yeah, Matthew Rice Seeker. Yeah. Matthew is right on this one. Like if you like, there are a couple of types of players who, like, if you appeal to them, I think that you are. There are several types of players. We've already talked about one of the worst ones, which is like the collector, like
Dude,
the investor.
See, Mix, I'm fucking baffled that they don't want a new Sing if Sing is bad. If Sing was good, I would like understand if they don't want an entirely new Sing, but it's bad. How about we had like a fucking game that has like the aesthetic that they like, but it was also good.
They want to
like,
wallow.
People don't fucking think outside the box. They're like, bro, I guess it's bad. You're sure part of it is that it's bad. But like, what the fuck, bro?
They want to wallow. They want to wallow in their slop.
They're sloppers. They're the sloppers. The slop maxing, yeah. Just like me. I'm gonna do that tomorrow. We're gonna play more God Eater. I feel the slop maxing coming on.
Imagine the God Eater Grognard. Hello, Kari. Hello, Kari. Imagine sabotaging a metal mini collection with gallium. That's so fucked up. Welcome to the slop age. I mean, the thing is, like when I think about like what is the 2020s onward, right? Like, of the possibilities for the future, of the possibilities that I can think of for like what is the future of art and culture in the American and English speaking world, like the slop future is like one of the better ones. Like, it's like we got like the slop future, and then we got like turbo revanchism, and as like an alternative, which is like, that's so much worse. We got like turbo revanchism as an option, and then we've got like get that bag culture. We've got hustle. We've got hustle culture. Those are our options. We got like slop age, hustle culture,
I would call
and
that
like
scam culture.
Yeah, scam culture. Yeah. And it's like I like scam culture is like currently winning. I want scam culture to lose. And if that means embracing the slop. Yes, Mix, they're all nightmares. Which one still has Call of Duty? I'd call that slop. I would call that slop. I would absolutely call Call of Duty slop.
Call of Duty is 100% slop. Like,
yeah,
1 billion% is Call of Duty slop.
Yeah,
Dude, I even went so far today as to say the words narratively, Legend of Zelda is slop.
Yes, that's true. You did.
Even that is slop, right? I'm gonna be real with you. Like, the narrative of Zelda, fucking slop. Like, it's not good. It's trite. It's the same shit every time. It's like, what are we doing, man?
The advantage of the thing about the slop age, about living in the slop age, the White House giblifying deportees is fucked up. That's like the fucked up thing. But the slop, like the thing about the slop era is that like the slop era enables the creation of some genuinely interesting stuff. Like I think mouthwashing is an output of like looking at all of the slop in the world and then like remixing it in a way where you make an actually good piece of art. Or like the key big one, the most obvious and big one is Getting Over It. Getting Over It is about slop and about garbage. Right? Like that's like fundamental to the thesis of Getting Over It is like like this kind of slop thing. The White House is Hello Terry. Hello Terry.
Right now, you know why? Because I said that Legend of Zelda is slop. I'm gonna be real with you. People are not ready to hear this. They hated her because she spoke the truth. Almost everything Nintendo produces is slop. It's trying to cash in on well-known IPs that they have. with minimal effort. I will say a lot of the Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild stuff actually has cool gameplay, right? But zero actual cultural impact. Why? Because the narrative is slop. There's nothing interesting happening in Zelda games. Nothing ever happens in Zelda games that hits the current zeitgeist. It doesn't exist. It doesn't happen. Neither does this happen with like Metroid. Neither does this happen with any of the shit that fucking Nintendo makes.
I feel like I might not be the person to comment on like what Nintendo is currently working on, because like when I talk to people,
including Kirby, they haven't made new. I will say Kirby in the Forgotten Land was pretty legit. I will say that.
Yeah,
that was my favorite game of the year, and Elden Ring released that year.
Damn. When I talk to people about Nintendo games, like they'll talk about something that Nintendo has made recently for about 5 minutes, and then they will like run the clock all the way back to 1995. Like when they say like they like Nintendo, they specifically mean Super Mario World and Super Metroid and
I mean Super Mario
Ocarina of Time.
Super Mario is easier to stomach because it's basically an arcade game. Like the story is like non-existent. But I will also say I don't like Super Mario 64. People have like rose-tinted nostalgia glasses.
We've had this conversation a couple times before. I still like 64.
The game doesn't hold up to modern standards, and it's not only me. Like every single person, streamer that I know that hasn't played this game as a child despises it when they play it. It's not actually it doesn't stand the test of time in the way that people think it does, just because you played it as a kid. It's not very good by modern standards.
I'm always confused by this because I don't know like what we're comparing it to. Like I feel like it's a genre that's like the 3D platformer is like not
Super
like a very
Galaxy,
robust...
Super Mario Odyssey, like to stay within the same stuff. Other platformers that exist today ahead in time, like whatever.
I thought it had times considerably worse, to be honest. But that's me.
You know that there is one thing that I cannot forgive, right? Like with games, bad controls. And the controls of Super Mario 64, even though by the standards of its time being extremely advanced, they're inadequate today. Like I cannot play the game because the controls are not actually adequate.
Again, the thing that like I find very
That's
difficult.
what I mean by it didn't stand the test of time.
Right? Again, it's like difficult for me to understand because like I maybe it's just because like I played it when it came out, and so like it's the only 3D platformer I've played to any meaningful extent, and I just like to me it's all perfectly natural. It's all perfectly natural. And it just like everything that happens in it feels like as natural to me as
the controls in these games, Super Mario Sunshine and 64, are just worse versions of what exists today.
Sunshine stuff sucks. Sunshine is considerably worse. I do not like Sunshine's controls. I do actually think Sunshine is considerably worse than 64. But I feel like 64 feels like perfectly natural to me. Like,
the other problem about the game, the other problem about the game is that it employs like moon logic puzzles, which only makes sense if you're a kid that is so amazed by the fact that you can play a 3D game as a child. And you play it for an entire summer because it's the only game that your mom is ever gonna buy you for this summer. So you're gonna do everything in the game that's possible to find shit.
Do you hear that, millennials? Do you hear that, millennials? All millennials. She's just coming after the entirety of millennials. Anti-millennial action from Zoomer Snake.
That is the only way that this game actually makes sense to play. Everything, like other than that, like some of the actual interactions in the game are like completely fucking pants on head shit. Like I can't. Like it's not very very well made in that regard either.
Yeah.
Does Odyssey run on Moon Logic? I haven't played it. I stopped at Galaxy 2.
Maybe I do wonder how much is like a standards of the time thing, because like I can't think of like anything that I thought like in like compared to the kind of like CRPGs that like me and Mix think about as like old school games, quite straightforward. Quite straight. I thought 64 was Mario 64 is quite straightforward compared to like like old school adventure games and like point and click adventure type games. Those things are running on some insane logic. Because you collect moons. I was wondering where Kari was going with this.
Yeah, you collect moons, of course.
We know that Kari can't just let us have.
Yeah, as I said, I will say that that's one of the games that people are coping about so hard, and it's not good by modern standards. Get the fuck out, boomer. It's all I can say. Right? Like it's. I understand that this game.
Millennials.
I understand.
She's coming for you. The Zoomer's coming for you.
And I am not discrediting, right? By the way, I'm not discrediting that this game is actually historically important, right? Like for the gaming scene, and like in both a mechanical way and in like a just a historical context, right? It is like a hallmark game.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that it is good by today's standards.
I just get thrown on the thing about today's standards because like the only other games I can think of in the genre are like Banjo-Kazooie and DK64, and DK64 is definitely worse. DK64 is much worse than Mario 64.
The truth is, most old games are trash. Like most games that going for the millennials again. Most games that from that era are trash by today's standards, and it's purely often because they control like shit. Like like it's the unforgivable sin, especially for me personally. They're unplayable because of that.
Interesting.
Not only that, you get a lot more stuff like committing other sins that weren't basically understood back then in that way, like stuff that is just really annoying, like save points that make no sense, all kinds of weird things, like punishing the player when they're already losing, like all kinds of weird shit that games did back then. And it only makes sense, right? This stuff wasn't established. Like people didn't know how could these games be better than what exists today. Of course they're not. That's insane to believe.
Kari,
right?
why did you do this? Kari, why did you do this?
102%ing. How do you get the 2%?
That's how DK64 is invented. DK64 has you get to 100% when you actually have less than 100% of the items in the game.
Huh. But why?
DK64 is like genuinely a terrible game. I feel like you have not understood how awful it is. The speedrunning community for Donkey Kong 64, one of the requirements for the 102% speedrun includes you must hate yourself.
You must? I could do it then.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
You must hate yourself. That's one of the components of the 102% speedrun. One of my favorite cultural things I've ever seen was the time that H Bomber Guy did a 100% run of Donkey Kong 64. Like genuinely one of the funniest streams I've ever seen. I think it was actually the first stream I ever watched. It still remains like a top tier one. There was a puzzle that he had not been able to complete since he was like a little kid, and he was like stuck on it again as an adult. Do you know how he got through it? You know who helped him through it?
Who did it?
Fucking Chelsea Manning.
What?
Yes. Yeah, AOC was in the collab. John Carmack was in the collab. It's insane. It's so insane. It's one of the most insane cultural artifacts I've ever witnessed. But yeah, imagine getting backseated, helpfully and backseated by like one of the most important political speakers of your entire era.
Who's this guy again?
Harris Bomber Guy. He does YouTube video essays.
Oh, I will say I'm not a fan of this. I'm not a fan of his videos. He's like,
that's fine.
I cannot. His smug aura mocks me. Is what I say about that. Like I can't. Like
that's just being British. That's just being British. I think for a British person, he's actually pretty humble.
No, I don't think that. Like that's like I don't have. First of all, I'm European. I have like different standards of smug, right? But like with him specifically, I'm like, bro. Also, I think it's like I also disagree with him often enough that
Fair
I
enough, fair
don't
enough.
like. I can't.
I mean, I disagree with a lot of people whose video essays I like, to be blunt.
If you see, the problem is like this is yet again not a real criticism, right? Because it's just me being me, right? But he's often smugly wrong. Like I have a different opinion, right? So there's nothing. I know this is just me being weird, but like I have a different opinion, and then if somebody is already smug about their opinion, then I'm kind of like, fuck you, dude. Fuck you, man. That's how I am.
I am not asking you like him. I'm merely saying that the performance art of him doing the worst speedrun that is available, the worst speedrun category that is available, it was very fun. That's the extent of the statement. I do not expect you to have similar opinions as him to him on Transformers, for example.
Transformers?
Or
More
Fallout.
than meets the eye?
Yeah.
I think I don't like Fallout. I don't know why people like that game.
He hates Fallout 3, which is fair because Fallout 3 is
Good job. I agree with him on that one. That's like the base.
Tier 1 level slop. Fallout 3. I played I definitely played Fallout in the worst possible way, which is I played Fallout 3 first. And I played it so much that when Fallout New Vegas came out, I was so burnt out on the entire mechanical setup I couldn't get through Fallout New Vegas. Like the worst possible way. Yeah, I think it was John Romero. I don't think it was Carmack. I think it was Romero. Oh my god, yeah. No,
Elder Scrolls is flop? What the? Okay, I see how it is.
I mean, the only Elder Scrolls game I like... I mean, is Morrowind slop is the question. Is Morrowind slop? That's the question. Like... That's the question. I don't think anybody would argue that like Oblivion is like anything other than slop. This could be this is an entire segment for me and Nagi. Like, is it slop? Is it slop?
It's like you just show me something and I decide if it's slop. That's a really good action. We should do that.
That's a really good one.
Stream where people ask us our opinion if a certain thing is slop. And in case people don't actually ask stuff, we just come up with like a list that we're gonna go into.
I think this is a good recurring segment. Is it slop? Is it slop? How much is it slop? And is it slop good or slop bad?
Yeah, slop derogatory.
Slop laudatory and slop derogatory. I think I may have put too much. May have been greenwashing. Morrowind. So yeah, Morrowind is the least slop. I can agree with that. Like, to a certain, like, I think that one of those things that like is really damning about that is like really damning about Skyrim is like how much people play it but insist on modding the fuck out of it. And like I support mods, but like it's like, man. And another thing that I think like is somewhat damning for Skyrim in particular is like how little the plot and themes and thoughts of the story feature in its legacy. Skyrim is maybe the most slop of all game. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Which era of WWE was the most slop? I don't know. I honestly don't know, Zone Kami. I do think that I don't know enough about WWE, but I do think that the part where the WWE brought back The Rock under duress, like they were under duress. The Rock just like self-imposed himself back into the WWE and disrupted multiple ongoing storylines and managed to piss off WWE fans. WWE fans now hate The Rock. The fucking Rock. That's impressive levels of slop right there.
Dwayne the Slop Johnson?
Dwayne the Slop Johnson. Dwayne the Slop Johnson. I think that like Dwayne Johnson's ability to produce anything at all interesting is extremely hampered by his unwillingness to get his own ass kicked. Like, I saw that Jungle Cruise movie that he was in, and, like, the degree to which he is being shown up by Jesse Plemons is ridiculous. That movie was garbage. But at least Jesse Plemons is a really good actor. So I would say that not until recently, but he has become that, Flamebird. I would say that if you had asked people a decade ago, they would absolutely not say that Dwayne the Slop Johnson is the Elon Musk of pro wrestling, but now they would. Admittedly, Elon Musk was also not the Elon Musk of Elon Musk a decade ago. Red One sucks. And Zone Kami because they're counting on nostalgia for Jumanji as their advertising. Like that was like the plan. That was the plan. Red One does suck. Red One's very unfun. Red One is a very unfun movie. But yeah, is it slop? Yeah, man. I don't know, man, about the Elder Scrolls. The question, this is a question that Mix will probably be able to answer better than me. What about like Daggerfall? Is Daggerfall slop? Yeah, actually, Elon Musk is McMahon, yeah. Why is wrestling a popular sport but dogfighting is frowned upon? Because pro wrestling is vegan and dogfighting is not.
My God.
I wonder what's the worst way I could phrase the worst way I could have phrased that take. The worst way I could have phrased that. The most
vegan.
The most antagonistic way I could have framed that. Yes, exactly. Mix has spelled out what I mean by vegan. The pro wrestlers are adult humans who can consent. Even if they are being cheated, yes. They definitely deserve to be treated better. Like, that's for damn sure. That's for damn sure. The pro wrestlers deserve better. One of the dumbest controversies of my entire life was the question of, like, is pro wrestling real?
What?
Yeah, this was like a serious thing.
It's a real thing you can watch.
Yeah.
It's real.
No, there was people thought this was like a real thing that was worthy of like discussion and debate on like public television of like clearly that's a stage punch. Like clearly that's a stage punch. Like so like all of this is bullshit. Like there's no reason to watch pro wrestling because they're stage punching and they're not doing like that's not like real blood sport. And this culminated in one of my favorite things I ever saw happen on TV, which is that there was a guy who, like, this was, like, his cause, was, like, proving that pro wrestling is not, like, a real blood sport, because I guess it would be cooler if, like, these guys were actually being fully punched in the face, as opposed to doing, like, stage punches. And so this like, little weedy journalist guy, he's got Mr. T and the Hulkster on there, on the couch, and he talks, he's like goading them on, and Mr. T is smart, and Mr. T is like, no, like we're doing, you know, we're up there, we're really getting injured, like this was like a serious concern. Hulk Hogan is extremely stupid. Hulk Hogan is an extremely stupid man. And so Hulk Hogan says, okay, come over here, I'll show you what this is like. So I'm going to put you in a hold. And he puts him in a reverse Nelson. And it's Hulk Hogan in the 80s, who is gigantic, and he's doing this to like a normal sized kind of scrawny guy. And so the guy, of course, passes the fuck out and falls over in like 10 seconds. Like live on TV, it's like, Hulkster, why did you do this? Like, you fucking moron. Like, both of you are morons for allowing this to happen. Both the journalist and Hulk Hogan are just absolute morons for allowing this to happen. Like, he proved his point. He also assaulted a man on television in a premeditated fashion, like. And hello, Huggatree. Hello, Huggatree. God, what a. Yeah, I don't know. I am not the person to evaluate whether or not which particular eras of pro wrestling are more slop or not.
Are VTubers slop?
I think by and large, yes. I don't think uniformly.
Am I slop?
You are slop maxing, so I don't know. I don't know if slop maxing means that you are slop.
Maybe I become slop. Maybe with enough slop maxing, even I will be slop.
It's a dream. It's a living. Yeah, Hulk Hogan, the pinnacle of wisdom and intellect of the 80s. I mean, in the 80s, there are dumber people involved. Slot maxing is when you use wild shape ooze. I'm annoyed at how much better I am at making verdigris than I am at painting skin. Like, I'm not even, like, convinced I've painted this skin. I, like, look at it and I'm like, this is, like... Have I done anything? Like, this just looks like shit. But, like, the verdigris I'm actually kind of into. Fuck me.
Nice.
Fuck me.
Verdigris is pretty easy to do, so that is, like, it's hard to mess that up.
Yeah, I'm really, like, letting the model do 90% of the work. It's mostly about, like, doing the right level of thinning, and then, like, letting the model and the paint work together. I am just kind of, like... I am just kind of like I'm just doing Uber. I'm just doing pizza delivery. I'm just being Philip J. Fry for the ink. I'm just delivering the ink to the right area. But for the skin, like I have to like actually like display some aptitude for the arts and like skill and stuff. And like, oh my god, I'm fucking it up. I'm doing horrible. This looks awful. I am. It does not help that like dark skin doesn't contrast well with the way I've done bronze, where my bronzes are quite dark. Like that like definitely makes this a lot worse. Wonder if I should do one of these guys in iron armor with dark skin. I do have Old Dominion. I do have some like actual historical Roman Legion soldiers, and I could do those in a more historical fashion, and if those have dark skin, it might show up better. If it's iron instead of bronze armor. That might make the difference. But as it stands, like, oof. Rough stuff. Rough stuff. Oh. Pecco did the coat.
Pecco.
Pecco. I love saying Pecco. One of my favorite usernames to say. Feel compelled to resist making slop. I should embrace the ineffable. My feeling is that streaming as an art form maxes out at like a 7 out of 10. Like, because of the limits of the fact that we are doing things live, and like we have to do so much of it. Like we are not doing like one performance every year or something like that. We are doing like multiple completely live performances every week. Like we're really capping out at like a 7 out of 10. Like we're not gonna, like there might be the handful of 9 out of 10 performances, but like you're just not going to get like a, yeah, you're not like the limitations of the medium prevent us from doing Hitchcock shit, right? Like, you're not going to get like Jackie Chan doing 500 takes on us doing anything here, because that's you're seeing the first and only take most of the time. Like, we can't use editing, we can't use multiple takes. We just have to like if we can get it to 7 out of 10, that's pretty freaking good. I'd get -1 for having Nagi. Oh no. Oh no.
It's true. It's true.
The people despise the snake. They just want the old man. The snake interferes with the fantasy of the old man yaoi. The most critical component of my appeal.
I'm gonna throw myself in the trash.
Not even
I'm gonna
remotely.
throw myself in the trash now.
I'm trying to figure out where I lay on this. You sound like you are falling apart, Nagi.
I'm pretty much. I don't know. It's gonna get better though.
I mean, you're
I just took
tired.
some Benadryl and it really hit me like a train, a freight.
A freight.
A train of free. How about a train of frites? How about frites? I like frites. They're delicious.
Like Frito-Lays?
No, frites. They're like fries.
Ah, the Palms frites.
Pommes frites.
I do like those. That's one of those things like I have to avoid, right? That's one of those things like I really have to avoid as a man of heft. As a man of heft who is on a quest to deheft. Like people have different weaknesses on their deheftening process, and like mine is fried potatoes.
Burger.
Burger is not my weakness. Is burger your
It's not my weakness. It's pizza.
It's pizza. Okay.
It's pizza. That's why I make my own pizza now.
Because then it at least takes a lot of effort.
No, not that. It's that like if you order pizza, it's always super greasy.
Yes.
And it has like tons of fucking stuff, and the dough is way too thick and stuff. So I make my own pizza.
Understandable. Yeah, for me it's definitely fried potato. The fried potato is a disaster for the human Al.
I have a pizza oven in my kitchen that makes me perfect pizza. It's good.
That's crazy. That feels like a unimaginable luxury to me. How hot do you have to get for a pizza oven? I always forget this. I just know
400 degrees Celsius.
Oh yeah, no, I can't get that. I can't get that at all. I can't get that at all. Mine maxes out considerably lower than that.
Yeah, I remember that video where the guy, the Kari knows, mods his home oven to create pizza by circumventing the thermostat, and then he's like, "There's definitely some interesting smells coming from this oven."
Oh my goodness! That's
yeah, that's very interesting.
I'm
so interested.
That's like some Nile Red bullshit or something like that. That's horrible. Like that's like you watch Nile Red, right? You feel like you must know Nile Red.
I don't know Nile Red.
Okay, we gotta I'm putting that in your React. I've been requested to give you React content, and I will add some Nile Red. I just assumed that you knew Nile Red. Nile Red will drive you insane.
I don't know. I haven't seen any movie other than Freaky Friday.
Nile Red's a YouTuber. And he just does like at home extremely dangerous chemistry experiments.
I see.
Like he just like makes uranium glass and stuff. If one day there's a house fire in Greenpoint, yeesh. I mean, there are definitely house fires in Greenpoint pretty regularly, unfortunately. I have seen many a fire truck go through Greenpoint. Good running area though, Greenpoint. But all right, I think that this is a miniature that I'm going to have to revisit a little bit because I feel like I have not done a super good job on the skin. Yeah, he turned plastic gloves into grape soda.
Pretty base. I love how chemistry is actually just fucking transmutation.
I literally missed on pushing the snooze button and I hit the run ads button. Oh my god. Oh my god,
bro. Fucking cooked, brother. Fucking cooked.
Okay, so I guess we're running the ads for now, and I'm just not going to take the break. I was planning on ending in the next couple of minutes, because you're getting pretty tired. It is 4 hours, and I am trying to stream about 4 hours.
Yeah, I need to spin so many Beyblades just to keep me awake.
I'm trying to stream about 4 hours a day this week, because I want to. I've got to work on some off-stream stuff. Like I've got some redeems to fix up, and I've got to plan out some streams that require a little bit more prep. And I just spent a month doing like 40 hours a week of streaming, and I ain't built for that. That ain't me. Yeah, I'm built different. Weaker, pathetic. Mewling little baby who cannot handle 50 hours a week of Dark Souls.
I wish I could just play Dark Souls for 50 hours on stream. That would be good.
I was able to do it before I knew how to play the game properly. Once I learned how to play the game properly, I couldn't. But when I thought that I was playing like Myst, like. When I was playing it like it was Myst with dodge rolls, that was... I could do like 50 hours of that.
Don't worry though, leveling up in the game isn't actually like... The game will still throw you some bullshit, so like it's not like that. There's a reason why it's known to be like a difficult game to beat.
Oh, I just found it demoralizing.
Huh.
But that's just me and my sickness, my anti-RPG sickness.
Down with the sickness.
Down with the sickness. It's amazing how just doing like a little bit of highlighting on these little stupid satchels makes them look so much better.
It's true.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's true. And I think I've mentioned this before, but like these little satchels are like the dumbest thing on this entire model. Also, did they make ads longer, or did I fuck up my own ad manager? Because it's doing like 3.5 minutes long of ads, and it didn't used to do that long. It used to be exactly 3 minutes. It's doing like 210 seconds of ads instead of 300.
I have no idea.
180.
Maybe they're cheating now. I wouldn't put it past them. They just make you run more ads.
They're just... Either that, or I did something wrong on Streamerbot and changed it so that my my notification about when ads end is calculated wrong now. But I didn't touch it, so that doesn't make sense to me. Yes, you can, but I can't use ad block on the streamer end to not run ads. If you want to use ad block, I absolutely will not discourage that at all because I make like nothing off of ads. I make pennies off of ads. I think the most I've ever made off of ads is like $1.
I make a pretty good amount off of ads, actually.
I know. I think it's I want like what ads they play is partially based off of geography. of both like you and your viewers. So I'm like wondering if the fact that I am like nobody wants to advertise New York City shit is like why my ads are worthless. It's either that or just like profoundly non-linear, and so like the fact that you have like twice as many viewers as me means that you get like 10 times as much off of ads as me. It's like a truly exponential with the number of viewers you have. Turbo immunity, yeah. I do suspect that it is heavily the they do emphasize like the geography and stuff of it, and like I get the other Americans I talk to get like nothing off of it. They're just like, this is not even worth running. Like almost all the American streamers I talk to, it's just like the strategy for ads is to like minimize the amount of ads your viewers see. Getting no ads in South Africa. I didn't know you were South African. That's a shame. That is funny. Like South Africa just doesn't advertise on Twitch. Just like what the fuck is Twitch?
Okay, so the truth is, I'm actually fucking dying.
Yeah, you're fucking dying. It is about time for me to end anyway.
I shall see you all later. I gotta stream tomorrow because I realize my challenge is stream no matter what, even if you're falling apart. Go on stream.
I am streaming tomorrow at 4 p.m. US Eastern, but if you want me to show up earlier on your stream and like kick you in the ass a few times to keep you motivated, I could do that.
It's okay. I will survive.
All right. Goodbye, Snake. Goodbye, Snake. Goodbye, Snake.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Yeah, she's just gone. She's just gone. And yeah, Pyromancer. I encourage subs mostly because they're very low friction for people to purchase. That's like the main reason why. And also it gives them access to my emotes, and I try to make my emotes I try to make sure that my emotes are like really desirable. The emotes are what you're actually purchasing. I don't really like the ads thing, like ads. Ads. And let's think about this. Yeah, the Snek is gone. She's already gone. She like actually left when she said goodbye. Yeah, they're pretty good emotes. I didn't get I was sloppy and I didn't shout them out when they showed up here, but my emote artist was on here earlier. Exocorpse. Although those are by George. The animated ones are by George Chungus. They are George's. They are George emotes. I am so glad that I listened to my inner demons and went with the sillier dance option. But yeah. Oh, I was painting off the camera again. I need to look up some tutorials on how to paint flesh, because my flesh painting is very much lacking. My flesh painting is extremely lacking. It is deeply behind. It is deeply behind my other painting abilities. But my other painting abilities aren't even very good. It's just my flesh painting is that bad. My flesh painting sucks. Okay, let's get you. I was going to mix some paint in here, but I don't think I think I'm going to save doing washes and varnishes for later. I think I'm just going to roll that out and but yeah. Oh, so I would prefer to, I'm mostly worried about doing darker tones, Matthew. So like the models I have so many Roman legionnaires. And so despite Hollywood propaganda, a Roman legionnaire would most likely be either... I think I have 110 left. It is so many Pyromancer. It is so many. I bought a like I put a historical minis box. I put a historical minis box on my throne, and it was for $30, and I thought it was for like 30 minis, and it turns out that historical minis are so much cheaper than fantasy minis that they are like actually like... It is actually like they're like literally like 1/5 as expensive as like fantasy minis. It's ridiculous for getting historical ones. It's such a ridiculous gap. P3 Idrian Flesh. Oh, it took me a second to figure out what that meant. P3 Idrian Flesh. Thank you. But yeah, in terms of like what skin tone a Hollywood Roman Legionnaire is going to be British. The Hollywood portrayal of the ancient Romans is that they are British, which is not entirely sensible to me. Privateer press paint. I did figure that out after a second. It took me a second to figure out what the hell's going on there. But obviously, Rome is in Italy, which is in the Mediterranean, and depending on when, particularly in the Roman era, you are talking, the center of population for Rome as a going concern is either going to be Central Italy, or it's going to be Africa. It's going to be North Africa. And so the average skin tone of a Roman citizen is going to be some sort of tan Mediterranean. Not just because of genetics, but also because this is back in the day. People spent a lot less time indoors. They spent a lot more time out in the sun. Roman legionnaires in particular are marching all the time, and they're outdoors all the time. They don't work indoors. They don't have indoors jobs. They're soldiers. They're doing very, very little indoors. So they are going to be people they're going to be Mediterraneans with a serious tan is going to be your default one. So I kind of want to like work on darker skin tones. I also just I just kind of feel uncomfortable with how much games and gamers emphasize white people and like center white people and white skin as the default. It grosses me out. And I'm a pretty pale guy, right? I'm a pretty pale guy. You can see my veins through the back of my hand. And I just kind of, I don't know, I kind of want to like fight back against that in a way. I think it's valuable for games to have more representation of dark skin than they currently have. Also, I don't know, I've lived in largely dark neighborhoods, so that said, I think it is time for me to hop on out. I think it is time to wrap up here. So the pasty philosophers were Reddit mods back then. In a way. I mean, my favorite thing about Plato is that Plato is not his actual name. Plato is his wrestler name. That's my favorite thing about Plato. Is that that's his wrestler name. Plato means broad. It was a reference to him being jacked as hell. It was a reference to him being like huge. And I find that deeply, deeply funny. So let's talk a little. So schedule. Nope, not that. There we go. Schedule tomorrow is going to, I said open variety, but tomorrow is going to be more, Talos Principle. I'm really looking forward to it. Talos Principle rocks. Talos Principle made such a positive impression on me in the one stream I've done of it so far. So, I'm going to do Talos Principle tomorrow. And then on Saturday into Sunday, my good friend Inari, my beloved Inari Reiju, she is doing a 24-hour stream. I will be joining her for her 24-hour stream in order to hopefully keep her alive. She is going to be streaming at... I will be on her stream at 3 a.m. US Eastern, because that is when she is having dinner and doing a Zatsu, and so I am a very chatty person, and I'll hopefully be keeping her awake. We're going to raid my good friend Vex. We are going to be raiding my good friend Vex. Vex is... Obviously, I think everybody here knows Vex. If you don't know Vex, I guess you get to learn. I guess you get to meet Vex. Vex is playing Where the Water Tastes Like Wine. And she is lovely. She is very sweet. She is very smart. She is a very literate streamer. She is a more literate streamer than I am. And be nice to her. Don't embarrass me in front of the nice tiger lady. And that's where we're going to go. And what was I going to say with myself? What was I going to do with myself? To the library. We are going to the library. I will probably be on my server later tonight. I will probably play I will probably be playing Deep Rock or Monster Hunter on my server later tonight. Maybe Warframe. One of those three. But I am going to have a little bit of dinner and do some laundry, and then we'll see what I do. Everybody have a lovely night. Thank you all for being here. Oh yeah. Discord. Socials. Have a good night, everybody. Have a good night, everybody.